screen. New users get a $10 bonus when they start their first offer. Seriously, it takes 2 minutes to set up. Now, let's get back to the video.
What do you think happened to Joe?
Me personally, I hope that she's doing drugs and don't want to be found, want to walk about, and now she's got all this attention on her. I'm not always in the right direction, and I've seen this happen a dozen times.
Seen, what do you mean, seen what happened?
She disappeared for a few days.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a few days.
Stay strong.
The worst part about white costumes? The blood stains. Am I right?
Wouldn't know. I don't fight to hurt people. I fight to heal them.
Well, when I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks to heal. Trust me.
Something tells me I should stop. The battle starts in 5, 4,
Alright, just straight
3,
inside.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'm Mark Spector. I'm Stephen Grant. I'm Jake Lockley. And we are Moon Knight. On your toes. Here they come. Good riddance. Rise and fall. Love battlefield medicine. I found them.
Invisible? Your turn to disappear.
The wounds are gone. Thanks. A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Khonshu demands vengeance. A gift from Khonshu. Judge, jury, executioner! Thank you very much. I'm not afraid of your damage. Still not dead.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Thank you very much. The moon haunts you. Thank you very much.
Better stop that vehicle.
Khonshu, watch over me. Needed that, thanks. Rise and fall. Rise and fall.
Just embrace the light. He stopped them in their tracks.
Scan initiated. Vigilante activity detected.
Rise and
Initiating
fall.
surveillance mode. Martial law decree in effect.
Love battlefield medicine. The moon haunts you. Cause your demand tensions.
My aim!
That's 3.
Judge, jury, executioner! In my head.
They found out the best controller settings on here.
Still not dead.
Only 60 seconds left. Mind the exploding plasma.
Thank you very much.
He stopped them in their tracks. Shields up.
Needed that, thanks.
Disappear.
Initiating surveillance mode.
Down to 30 seconds.
They got Deadpool. No wonder it's so quiet. A gift from Khonshu.
The final 10 seconds. Better stop that vehicle. They hit a checkpoint.
I mean, there's nothing I can do.
Time to stop them.
I got pushed to a bad spot, but
Back where I started.
Better stop that vehicle.
The moon haunts you
Double KO.
very much. Found one of our targets.
Only 60 seconds left.
All right, that feels better. Control myself. This was Khonshu's will.
Double KO.
Scan initiated.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Detected.
A
Initiating
gift from Khonshu.
martial law decree in effect. No unauthorized entry.
Hope I make the cut.
Down to 30 seconds. Behind you.
Love battlefield medicine.
Final 10 seconds. It's now or never. Stop them. Better stop that vehicle. My time to shine. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I've come back from far. Thank you very much. The moon haunts you. Judge, jury, executioner.
Mind the exploding plasma.
Surveillance mode. Martial law decree in effect. No unauthorized entry.
Final score 3, 2, 2. Another epic victory. Big win.
full night, no skill. Me shoot. Oh shit! Click button so fast. I'm just so teased with that guy. Oh, Moonlight, no skills. Oh shit, that's what he would think about Moonlight. Oh no, bro. Oh no. Oh. That shit is hilarious, bro.
Josh Jacobs' story is worse than you think.
Packers running back.
Look at my
Josh
fucking
Jacobs
statues. Holy
arrested.
shit.
Jacobs turned himself in
It's
today.
like no
He's brought to
joke.
Brown County Jail, charges of battery, strangulation and suffocation, and intimidating a victim.
Yeah, because Josh Jacobs was arrested, that means that somebody did, that he did something he shouldn't have done.
Yeah, not a good look. If he's guilty of all these things, then shame on him. He's gonna have to pay the consequences, and he should. But like history has also taught us that, you know, within love and relationships like that at times too, these stories and things can go a little crazy. But either way, it's not a good look, and it's a stain on Josh Jacobs' reputation.
A few months ago, Brian Gutekunst stood at a podium at the NFL Combine and called Josh Jacobs a warrior, called him a critical piece, said he had a lot of...
Here is a very highly requested video for my updated settings in Marvel Rivals. These are the settings that I'll be using for the rest of the season and Season 6.5, and I'll definitely let you guys know if I decide to change anything, so subscribe for future updates. In this video, I'll be covering all the settings that I use, aim assist, crosshairs, and my controller accessories.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Please do not do call my phone. This do not answer phone. No, leave me alone. Been styrofoam. No room. No lay room. Zoom. What I can, what I can't do. I just turned to a big man. Big hands coming, big bands. Breathe up, so the bitch can't serve me. Size 29 my G, but my clip is a 30. No, I will not answer. Please do not call my phone. Listen, do not answer phone. Leave me alone. Or best styrofoam. No, you go wrong. No, they wrong. Bitch like Zoom. What you thought I was gonna come through? No, bro. I'm singing until I got no balls. I don't fuck with you, boys. Ooh, I just turned to a big man. Big bands. Big streets on the back of my new pants. She saw the zippers and said, those are some sick pants. Ooh, I put blue in a flurry. Oh, I thought I sold that. That's 29, my jigger, my clip is a 30. No, I will not answer. Please do not call my phone.
This was Khonshu's will.
I can't talk on bro case cause it's sticky. Free tea and free greasy, my Achilles. My youngest put lots on the city, so niggas be shit to come out when it's litty. See that's the quality, so clear, these niggas are joking, I wouldn't wanna be him. I be the producer like rest of BPM, I cannot de-escalate things that we see him. My young boys don't do it for clout, if they do it, they cover their head and their mouth. Swear there's some shit I'm forgetting about. 03 at the slime when they letting him out. Be with them guys from the six that you niggas stay talking on Reddit about. Say a whole lot, but we saw you on the edge, remember that shit.
Twisting it, shooting it, look at me.
Some shit up that I never seen. Twisting it up, I don't know what that means. Twist. I'm twisting it back cause he twisting at me. Twisting that six in his face. Twisting that R in his face like Styles and P. Twisting the M and the O and the B. Twisting the O and the C and the T and the O and the B and the E and the R and the G and the A and the N and the G. Twist. Yeah, twisting it. Twisting it. I'm twisting it up cause he twisting at me. I haven't seen bro in a while, but that nigga wild, I'm not in a rush to. People keep telling me smile, but bro is on trial, the shit to adjust to. I don't need security to ride around town, we can fly downtown, just us two. Unless you know the G-way handshake, when we go to shake hands, man can't trust you. Pulling out the cash on camera, waterproof iPhone case, bro splash on camera. She wanna put my ass on camera, sweetie could feel this, don't put this on camera. They just try to move so racist, you gotta go beat some cases before it shows faces. And all I do is shut down stages, my face never ages, I must be in God's good graces. If my emotions are showing, it's only because I'm ahead of what they got going. I'm trying to stay laid back, cause you know the hot heads with me and they wanna get the payback going. I don't recognize none of that shit that he's doing, but maybe where he's from they know it. All I know is the man in the pit.
Push it now, twist. Twist it. Starting to looking at me. I don't understand. Twisting it, rolling at me. Twist. Twist it. Just fine. I need help, bro. Just focus me. No skill player. It's just cooked. I don't know why. Do we even have a tank? The nigga's bouncing. Ah! What the fuck? How's he alive? I think we have too many healers. We don't have a second tank. Far too many fucking healers and no second tank. So GG's.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Problem is the tank isn't even dominated. Not like controlling space.
Camouflage is stupid. I want the enemy to see me and be afraid. Ha.
No, I will not answer. Please do not do call my phone. Mr. Do not answer phone. Please don't leave me alone. Double cup is styrofoam. Pull up my car, it go room. This ain't cool, no like room. Pull up on your bitch like Zoom. What you thought that I wasn't gonna come through? What you thought I wasn't gonna get comfortable? You know I wouldn't do this if it wasn't you.
The battle starts in 5. 3, 2.
I know what I can and what I can't do.
You have to stop
I
them
know
for
every
securing
time
the
that
mission
I'ma
area.
come through. Yeah, I just turned to the big man. Big shoes, big hands, counting big bands. Big B on the back of my new pants. She saw the difference and said those are some sick fans. Oh,
I can't buy me by the flurry.
I got all that money nowadays, so I can't worry. Breathe up, so a bitch can't serve me. Besides, 20 not my dream, but my crib is at 30. No, I will no answer. Please do not call my phone. Mr. Do not answer phone. Please don't leave me alone. Double cup is styrofoam. Pull up my car, it go room. This is quick, no more like room. Pull up on your bitch like Zoom. What you thought that I wasn't gonna come through? What you thought I wasn't gonna get comfortable? No, I wouldn't do this if it wasn't you. Oh, I'ma get it, run it up, I don't charge. Some of shit is just on ride. I don't fuck with you, but I know every time that I'ma come through. Yeah, I just turned to the big man. Big shoes, big hands, counting big bands. Big B on the back of my new pants. She saw the difference and said those are some sick fans. Oh, I got bought me by the flurry. I got all that money nowadays, so I can't worry. Breathe up, so what bitch can serve me. Besides 20, not my dream, but my grip is at 30. No, I'm in my answer. Please do not call my phone. Mr. Do not answer phone. Please don't leave me alone. Double cup is styrofoam. Pull up my car, it go room. This ain't quick, no more like room. Pull up on your bitch like Zoom. What you thought that I wasn't gonna come through? What you thought I wasn't gonna get comfortable? You know I wouldn't do this if it wasn't you.
Maximum pulse!
October's on the label. 7-figure deal was a fable. 8-figure bought out the neighbors. 9 figures turning the tables. Pussy boy better be ready and able. I'm coming. I can't talk about cases it's sticky. Free tea and free greasy, my Achilles. My youngest put lots on the city, so niggas be shit to come out when it's litty. See, that's the Cody, so free him. These niggas are joking, I wouldn't wanna be him. I be the producer, like what's the BPM? I cannot de-escalate things if we see him. My young boys don't do it for clout. If they do it, they cover their
Hands in their mouth.
Swear there's some shit I'm forgetting about. 03 at the slime when they letting him out. Remember that's when the 6 niggas they talking on Reddit about. Say a whole lot, but we saw you and we had you begging it out. Remember that shit? Twisting it. Yeah, twisting his fingers and looking at me. Twisting some shit up that I never seen. Twisting it up, I don't know what that means. Twisting that 6 in his face. Twisting that R in his face like Styles and P. Twisting the M and the O and the B. Twisting the O and the C and the T and the O and the B and the E and rush to. People keep telling me smile, but bro is on trial, the shit to adjust to. I don't need security to ride around town, we can fly downtown, just us two. Unless you know the G-way handshake, when we go to shake hands, man can't trust you. Pulling out the cash on camera, waterproof iPhone case, bro splash on camera. She wanna pop ass on camera, sweetie you can film, just don't put on camera. The judge try to move so racist, we gotta go beat some cases before show faces. And all I do is shell down stages, my face never ages, I must be in God's good graces. If my emotions are showing, it's only because I'm ahead of what they got going. I'm trying to stay laid back, cause you know how high it's with me and they wanna get the payback going. I don't recognize none of that. All I know is the man I'm a piss. Fuck that shit. Twisting his fingers and looking at me. Twisting some shit up that I never seen. Twisting it up, I don't know what that means. I'm twisting it back cause he twisting at me. Twisting that 6 in his face. Twisting that R in his face like Styles and P. Twisting the M and the O and the B. Twisting the O and the C and the T and the O and the B and the E and the R and the G and the A and the N and the G. Twist. Yeah, twisting it. Twisting it. I'm twisting it up cause he twisting at me.
Answers as fuck. I didn't know this character was this gay. Not gonna lie, I had no clue this character was this gay.
Is that Drake's necklace?
It's mine.
Oh, you're part of his
Best friends group? His best friends group? That's so true.
Shane Gillis just fired back at Umar Johnson and is pretty brutal. It made me feel uncomfortable, and I'm going to explain why. But they were responding back to Umar Johnson criticizing Shane Gillis for his racist jokes during the Kevin Hart roast.
It was dozens of disrespectful, insulting comedic material. It starts off with Shane Gillis, he's the host. I never heard of the devil. Then Shane said, they told me to be racist. He said this. They told me to be racist. He said it on the mic. And listen to this joke from Shane Neanderthal Gillis. He said, Kevin's ancestors came to America on a slave ship and a bottle. Kevin's ancestors came to America in a slave ship and a bottle party. Obviously talking about him being small, but you making fun of our enslavement, the greatest crime in human history.
That's such brain rot.
Flush is stupid. I want the enemy to see me.
Stay strong. I actually hit her in the back of the head and
Those tiny arms of
Saturday,
yours aren't
April
gonna do
8th,
us much good in
2017.
battle.
Lawrenceville, Georgia. Around
Okay,
10 p.m.,
fine.
Gwinnett County
I guess
police
the teeth
officers are
make up
called to a
for it.
home in a quiet upper-middle-class suburban neighborhood for a welfare check on the couple who live there. 63-year-olds Wendy and Randall Bjorg. It's at least the 5th time officers have checked on the couple, a request from concerned family members who live out of state and haven't heard from them in over a week. Though officers have not had reason to break into the home before this point, this time is different. What they find leads the Gwinnett County Police Department to issue this statement. This is a very unique and disturbing case on so many levels, and detectives are still exploring motive. We may never find a scenario that makes sense to a reasonable person.
Thank you very much.
Is that C-A-S-S-I?
17-year-old Cassandra Bjorg has had her share of troubles. She lives with her grandparents, Wendy and Randall Bjorg, and has been reported as a runaway at least 18 times by her grandmother Wendy in the past year.
supposed to start from scratch about what happened, starting from when you ran away, I guess. So the 31st, do you remember the 28th?
I didn't really know the way. My grandmother kicked me out.
Okay.
Cause like this is what happened. I haven't showed and I came home since I was at the curfew.
Johnny is Johnny Ryder, Cassie's boyfriend of a few months.
And so I came home, and my grandmother was sitting in my room, got really mad at me, and she was like saying, oh, you know, if you don't like it here, you know, we're just gonna find somewhere else for you to stay. And she just said that out of the blue, like she was not really mad at me. I am ready to put on a show! So I was just like, if you're gonna find a place for me to stay, I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna find somewhere else to go.
Frank's doing what he does best.
On the night of April 8, 2017, Gwinnett County Police respond to a 911 call of an assault on Rambling Woods Drive in Lawrenceville. Inside, they discover Johnny Ryder's sister and her boyfriend, both severely beaten with a baseball bat, and their car stolen. Outside Johnny's sister's apartment, officers locate a different vehicle. One registered to Wendy and Randall Bjork, Cassie's grandparents. Investigators immediately rush over to the Bjork house on Furlong Drive and force entry. There, investigators began to realize the attack on Johnny's sister may not be the most disturbing crime tied to Cassie and
Oh, so far out the fucking way, it's crazy.
In an upstairs bathroom and bedroom, an officer finds the bodies of Cassie's grandparents, savagely beaten, their throats cut.
Let me rest.
The doors to the rooms they are in are caulked shut, possibly to try to prevent odor from seeping out. Now police need to find Cassie Bjork and Johnny Ryder, their prime suspects in the homicides and the attacks on Johnny's sister. Around 4 a.m. on the morning of April 9th, Johnny's sister's stolen vehicle is located outside an apartment building on McGinnis Ferry Road in Sewanee. Investigators place surveillance on the vehicle, and within hours, a SWAT robot is activated to enter the building. Unsure of what may be awaiting officers on the inside.
The fuck? Oh, this shit all over there.
The SWAT robot makes its way inside the apartment, moving carefully from room to room. Before finding Cassie Bjork and Johnny Ryder, suffering from self-inflicted injuries. An apparent suicide attempt following their crime spree. While spending a few days in the hospital, Cassie admits to killing her grandparents in an unrecorded conversation. Investigators place Cassie under arrest and bring her to the police department on April 12th.
You have a seat right here?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I tear through the clouds.
Saturday, April 8th, 2017, Lawrenceville, Georgia. Around 10 p.m., Gwinnett County police officers are called to a home in a quiet upper-middle-class suburban neighborhood for a welfare check on the couple who live there. 63-year-olds Wendy and Randall Bjork. It's at least the 5th time officers have checked on the couple, a request from concerned family members who live out of state and haven't heard from them for over a week. The officers have not had reason to break into the home before this point. This time is different. What they find leads the Gwinnett County Police Department to issue this statement. This is a very unique and disturbing case on so many levels, and detectives are still exploring motive. We may never find a scenario that makes sense to a reasonable person.
Same team today?
Let me get your full name.
Cassandra Lee Bjork.
And can I call you Cassie?
Yeah.
The battle starts in
The
5,
nickname they give you?
4,
Is that
3,
CASSI?
2, 1.
17-year-old Cassandra Bjork has had her share of troubles. She lives with her grandparents, Wendy and Randall, and has been reported as a runaway at least 18 times by her grandmother Wendy in the past year.
I guess I'll start from scratch about what happened. Start from Is that the 31st? Do you remember the 28th?
I didn't really know the way. My grandmother kicked me out.
Okay.
Cause like this is what happened. Like, I apparently showed Johnny and the other friend, and I came home to know it was time for curfew.
Johnny is Johnny Ryder, Cassie's boyfriend of a few months.
So I came home, and my grandpa was asleep, and my grandma got really mad at me, and she was like saying like, oh, you know, if you don't like me, you know, we're just gonna find somewhere else for you to stay. And she just said that out of the blue. Like she just got really mad for some reason.
They didn't even try it round, bro. They just kept moving backwards.
I'm just gonna find somewhere else to go.
On the night of April 8, 2017, Gwinnett County Police respond to a 911 call of an assault on Rambling Woods Drive in Lawrenceville. Inside, they discover Johnny Ryder's sister and her boyfriend, both severely beaten with a baseball bat, and their car stolen. Outside Johnny's sister's apartment, officers locate a different vehicle. One registered to Wendy and Randall Bjork, Cassie's grandparents. Investigators immediately rush over to the Bjork house on Furlong Drive and force entry. There, investigators began to realize the attack on Johnny's sister may not be the most disturbing crime tied to Cassie and Johnny. In an upstairs bathroom and bedroom, an officer finds the bodies of Cassie's grandparents, savagely beaten, their throats cut.
I tear
The doors to the rooms they are in are locked shut, possibly to try to prevent odor from seeping out. Now, police need to find Cassie Bjork and Johnny Ryder. They're prime suspects in the homicides and the attack on Johnny's sister. Around 4 a.m. on the morning of April 9th, Johnny's sister's stolen vehicle is located outside an apartment building on McGinnis Ferry Road in Sewanee. Investigators place surveillance on the vehicle, and within hours, a SWAT robot is activated to enter the building. Unsure of what may be awaiting officers on the inside.
Not always in the right direction.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
The SWAT robot makes its way inside the apartment, moving carefully from room to room, before finding Cassie Bjork and Johnny Ryder, suffering from self-inflicted injuries. An apparent suicide attempt following their crime spree. While spending a few days in the hospital, Cassie admits killing her grandparents in an unrecorded conversation. Investigators place Cassie under arrest and bring her to the Gwinnett County Police Department on April 12th. They offer her a familiar comfort, a McDonald's burger and fries, hoping to ease her nerves and lower her defenses before questioning begins. Her hands and forearms are still covered in bandages and are chained together. The detectives eventually unchain her to allow her to eat her McDonald's. But it's time to get down to business.
You just had an argument with your grandma, right? Okay. And then when you left, so I guess when you decide to go back to your grandparents' house in the middle of the night.
Khonshu has his eye on you.
You remember Saturday, Sunday?
I don't really remember. I don't even know
One point for the international super spy.
It wasn't my idea at first.
How do you what was said? How do you even bring out those concepts?
He first asked me if I could break it down. And I said no. And then I asked them if I could break it down, and he said no. And
I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at.
he was talking about how could I run away to go and that's how I do it. And he asked me, I was like, did you kill your grandparents? And I kind of like hesitated for a minute. And I was like, why? And he was just like, I don't know. Because I seen it with all the family. And he understood. And all I really wanted was just kind of get away from them.
And shit.
And I just, I don't know. 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 I just, I don't know
That's fucking stupid.
With myself, like I wasn't having a good relationship with my grandparents. Like it started getting really bad.
Come on, can't you? Let
When
me
you guys met at
rest.
the park, did he ever go over the actual...
Cause you know I'm thinking of fucking Pathfinder.
Like, what was that?
Circle's just such a crazy.
We started talking about it was we started out with just, you know, what time to the day, how what materials we needed to do this. So, you know, we started talking about that, and you know, so we decided to go out and get married at 1:30 because my grandma went to sleep around 11:30. So
Here they come.
we decided, like, you know, we would park out the night, and the park was really the neighborhood park.
So you guys made it to the power of the moon.
So we went up the stairs,
The decking stairs?
yeah, the back deck, and my grandma was still up because we left her a little bit early. So we went back down and just chilled over
The shed is?
yeah, we were chilled by the shed. And then we saw that the lights turned on.
Kill his pussy ass. Y'all bitch.
We just to, you know, wait. And then I already had the keys to my house. I already had some keys, so I was going to go back to that door. And then that just made everything easier.
Did you guys have anything in your hands, or just...
I had,
The current score is 0
Is
to
it to do a tire, or is it to fix it?
time to switch things up,
I had one of
including
those.
which
Where'd you get
side
that
you're
at?
on.
Johnny's car. He had one in his car.
His Honda?
You'll need a top-notch team to win
And
this.
Johnny just
I tear through the cloudless night,
He brought a
just
black
like the
book
moon.
All counts. They are each sentenced to 2 life sentences. At their sentence,
The living avatar of vengeance takes a lot out of a guy.
What's up, guys? My name is Ace, and today we got another behind-the-scenes look at the development of Modern Warfare 4, and in this video, they focus primarily on the multiplayer side of things, and most importantly, they showed off a bunch of clips of actual, full-quality, first-person gameplay, showing off the various movement techniques that you can use in the game. So first, I want to focus on those clips and talk about them. However, there's also a bunch of little bits of information that we can gather from that video. Once again, taking like screenshots of monitors in the background. Definitely some interesting tidbits of information there, but let's dive into it with these specific clips. And with the first one here, this is on the map Mumbai, and the first thing I noticed movement-wise is the high mantle is quite fast. You can see the character grabbing the ledge into a ledge hang, but that immediately transitions into quite a fast mantle from a high mantle like that, which is nice to see. That was one little complaint that I had with the mantling in Modern Warfare 2, with that ledge hang especially. It seemed like there was like a delay before you could transition into animations, and while it might be realistic, it did feel unnecessarily limiting in some ways, and it was one of the reasons that I just wished we could disable the ledge hang entirely so we didn't have to have that transition. I just wanted to mantle over something, and it looks like you'll be able to do that noticeably faster in this game. So that appears to be much faster there. You can also see hack sprint is the default movement mechanic. That has been confirmed multiple times, but just wanted to make sure I'm pointing that out since we are talking about movement here. And then the clip ends off with a slide. As for the next clip, this is on the map Silkworm, and the first thing we see here is a slide into supine prone. So you're sliding into a prone on your back, and then recovery from that. And the main thing I wanted to point out, because I was initially a little bit concerned when I saw this supine prone slide, as I feel like that's something that will likely end up being abused. It did look like there was a little bit of a delay, a pause there before the character could get up after that, and I think that's important for a mechanic like that, to ensure that people aren't just like slide to prone, slide to prone, slide to prone all over the map as they're navigating through the map. And that's where I want to point out this other clip as well. We can see from a third-person perspective somebody sliding into supine prone, and that's something where if you're able to cancel that recovery time, that worries me a little bit. But again, it does seem like they have added a respectable delay there, so there is some downside to performing this action, and I don't think you'll be able to spam it too crazy. At least I hope not. But then after that, you can see just how quickly the character mantles over the car. That low mantle is very fast. I don't know if we've ever seen a mantle that fast in Call of Duty. That definitely seems faster than what I can remember, at least in COD. And I like that. I often have felt like the mantle speed in recent Call of Duty games just hasn't really matched up with your ability to do other things. So it just felt kind of awkward that you could feel like a super soldier in many ways, but then you run into a low piece of cover and suddenly you're just a regular human. Then for the next clip on the map Lotus here, we get our first look at pipe climbing. This is something that we have heard about from the content creators as well. You can climb up various pipes on the map instead of using ladders, for instance. So definitely some parkour elements, and it's also worth noting you can transition that into a high mantle and get yourself up onto this ledge. So that's pretty cool. I quite like the looks of that. It's a minor detail, but it's kind of nice to not have random weird ladders everywhere that just doesn't make sense. And in some ways, a pipe would make a lot more sense visually, but it provides that same utility now as a ladder would in the past. And then finally, for these movement clips they shared, we've got this one here, which shows off slide to mantle, so you can slide directly into a mantle, no awkward delay or anything there, so really smooth transitions. And then they do it again right here for my tactical sprint. And so it looks like you will be able to navigate through the map quite quickly, way faster than I expected from an Infinity Ward game. And if anything, I thought they were going to be like dialing things back quite a bit this time around. And while this still might be dialed back relative to like Black Ops 7 and their omni movement and wall bounces and everything, this does appear to be way faster than Modern Warfare 2, which for me, I'm excited for because I love a lot of movement, but I'm very curious to see how the actual gameplay plays out and gunfights play out surrounding this. What are the timings on things like slide to fire, dive to fire, slide to supine prone fire times? Is that a separate timing? Is this going to be another game where it's all about movement and that's the entire skill gap, or not? Throughout this video, they were talking about how things are balanced for other playstyles, so if you want to slow down and play a bit more smart, you can do that as well, or you can be super sweaty and move like crazy. But those are just words. We haven't seen the game in the hands of the community yet to see how well they can abuse and break things. And I just wanted to express that little bit of concern that I have for the types of players out there that were looking forward to a slower paced Call of Duty, or at least just slower paced than what we've had in the past few years, where things have gotten pretty crazy. I think there does need to be a balance there, and even as somebody that likes a lot of movement, I do feel they've taken it a little too far in that direction to the point where it totally dominates the skill gap, at least in recent years of Call of Duty. And that has pushed a ton of players away. I get comments all the time from people that used to like Call of Duty, but it got too fast for them, and they're not interested in playing a pure movement shooter. And so I am just curious to see how that all balances out over time. I'm personally really looking forward to getting my hands on this. It definitely looks super smooth, especially with those animation transitions, which excites me. But I think we'll just have to wait for the beta to... And the first clip I wanted to focus on here is this one here. We can actually see a few monitors playing the game, and a little bit more on top of that. But the main one I wanted to focus on is on the bottom right there, because we can see the gun firing here in first person. It looks like it's from a kill cam, and there's a few other details to talk about. But the first thing that caught my eye is the amount of muzzle smoke that we're seeing when firing the gun. And that was a big complaint throughout Modern Warfare 2's life cycle. Not only muzzle smoke, but also muzzle flash, and unnecessary gun and screen shake when firing your gun. It wasn't the actual recoil that your gun was experiencing, it was purely visual, and it just made seeing and tracking targets that much more difficult when all of those things were stacked. And when it comes to the muzzle smoke, it often felt like we were firing black powder rounds. And based on what I'm seeing there, while it doesn't look like there's a ton of gun shake or screen shake, it does appear there's a fair amount of smoke when firing your gun. And so definitely curious to see more, but that's a little concerning. And we did hear from a few content creators that it did seem like there was a bit too much smoke. So perhaps that's something that will still be adjusted by the time we get our hands on it. But time will tell on that. In addition to that, though, something I found interesting is with this being apparently a kill cam, on the top right of the screen there, it looks like kill cams may be showing the exact multiplier zone that were shot in by the enemy player. And I'm totally on board with that. It may help you better understand what happened in that gunfight. And then on top of that, it appears to show the gun that the enemy was using, the attachments that were on that gun, and a breakdown of the damage dealt to you and the number of shots that actually hit you. So that's looking good so far. Now, additionally, from that same clip, we can see some monitors in the background. And the first one here appears to be showing just the main multiplayer menu. And I believe on the left there is your game mode selection. And interestingly, it looks like they got rid of the characters just endlessly walking and then just swapping to multiple views. We got the characters just sitting there, which I'm glad to see. It's been too many years of that menu where the enemy is just walking in a straight line with the camera panning all around them. It may seem minor, but I was honestly just getting so sick of that, and it's just one of many elements over the years that made each game not feel as new and fresh as it should have felt. And then on the other monitor, we can see another view. Appears to be the same screen, just like the game mode selection screen if I had to guess. And we can see a player, it looks like sitting in a helicopter, so it does look like there will be multiple views and stuff. It's not just like the same view every time. It just appears they got rid of that endless walking animation. Now, after that, we see this little clip here. We can see Joe Secott with a slide around the corner to challenge an enemy. And then in the next clip, we can see the character activating some form of equipment, or perhaps a field upgrade or kill streak. I don't know exactly what it is. Could be a grenade of some sort. But the character is twisting the top and presumably activating whatever that is. Then for the next one, this is a spectating screen, and we can just see a partial reload on a Desert Eagle, and that's looking pretty nice. Then here we get a bit of a look at the bottom right of the HUD while playing, and it looks like this character is using an LMG. Really nothing too shocking here. It is your standard bottom right HUD, but it's got a very different style to what we've seen in many recent Call of Duty games, although Black Ops 7 did also fully redesign that. But it's nice to see that this is visually very unique from what we've seen in recent years. After that, it looks like we're getting a bit of a sneak peek here at what Kill Block is going to look like. And this has been described as a map where it has 3 sections that change on a round-to-round basis, and you never know which combination of 3 map sections you're going to be getting, so it's going to play different every single round. And they mentioned there's up to 500 unique combinations with this. And so that's what it appears they're showing off here. And you can see when they zoom out, there's just so many of these individual map sections that could pop up for you. Then after that, we get our first look at the created class screen here. And while it's a little bit blurry, we can't quite see everything, you can clearly see there's the operator at the top. We've got the primary, secondary weapon, dedicated melee slots. Then it appears you have your lethal, tactical, field upgrade, 3 perks, and then finally your 3 kill streaks, because they have confirmed in the past that your kill streaks are tied to each individual loadout. And the 3 kill streaks here appear to be called Argonaut, Artillery Beacon, and Bomb Glide. And I also really like the aesthetics of this screen as well, with the operator standing there. Again, each of these loadouts will have a unique operator, and they'll be holding the gun that you're using. I think that looks really nice and unique from what we've had in many recent years. Just as I was about to render this video, they also uploaded this image here, so we get an actual clean image of our created class. And the structure is exactly how I described it there. This one is using the Ghost Operator. That looks amazing. I'm really liking the overall look of this. This looks like a truly new and unique Call of Duty with none of the same aesthetics that we've been used to in recent years. And I'm loving that. This is desperately needed for Call of Duty. Also, interestingly, there's 66 levels on the M4, so it looks like very high level count. Hopefully the grind for that isn't too ridiculously long, but time will tell on that. Another thing, they have mentioned in the past, the Riot Shield is going to be a field upgrade this time around, and they're showing that there. And it looks like Stimshot is returning in the tactical slots. Then after that, we see the splash screen for a victory, and also a new game mode here called Inflation, where it appears the goal is to collect as much cash as possible. And once again, as we saw in a previous video that we talked about, they do show your eliminations and deaths on the bottom of the screen when you hover over a character, and then your elimination death ratio, but then the scoreboard shows actual kills. Although this one, unlike the Team Deathmatch screen that we've seen, doesn't show deaths or assists on the main scoreboard area. You'll have to hover over each character in order to see that, as far as I can tell. But overall, I think that's looking quite good. Then right here, just wanted to show this because you can see the full HUD in the background, although it is a little bit blurry. Overall, as I said, it looks like the general structure to the HUD is very normal for a Call of Duty. Nothing too surprising there, but it does appear to be at least aesthetically redesigned. And then finally, one last clip to point out here as they're walking through the playtesting area. We've got a few monitors showing off some gameplay, and on the left, once again, we do see a player shooting in first person, and again, it does appear there's a fair amount of muzzle smoke there. It also appears that character is wearing some sort of a mask, and you can see that around the edges of your screen. And then another thing I noticed on the screen on the right-hand side, the player is taking damage, and that red jelly that's showing up when you get shot does appear to be very prominent. It does appear to be covering quite a bit of the screen there. And also, just judging by what I'm seeing on the HUD, although it is blurry, I think there is a chance they're actually playing DMZ here. Could be totally wrong on that. That is just my guess. And with all of that covered, that's finally going to wrap it up. All of the little details I could pick out from that video. Once again, I'm so surprised we're seeing this much this early on, especially relating to multiplayer. I would also highly encourage you to actually watch the video and hear what they have to say for themselves. It definitely appears that they are shifting their direction a little bit here. And it was nice to see them even specifically mention that they're going to be dropping the ego on this and being more open to listening to feedback. Obviously, those are just words at this point, and actions speak louder than words, but it is sounding and looking good so far based on what we've seen and heard. But of course, these are just my opinions, and I'd love to hear what you guys think about all of this information and the movement and everything in those comments down below. Is this getting you more excited or maybe less excited for the game? If you enjoyed the video, a like rating is always appreciated, and don't forget to subscribe for more if you haven't already. I'll talk to you guys next time.
Back again? Great. A winning hand! A gift from Khonshu. Thank you very much. Needed that, thanks. There, ahead, I found them. A gift from Khonshu. I'll patch you up.
You stopped them in their tracks. Us against the world.
The moon haunts you. A gift from Khonshu.
You belong to me. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Good night.
Better stop that vehicle. Only 60 seconds left.
A gift from Khonshu. You're welcome. Oh, winning.
Down to 30 seconds.
I am your king, creatures. Heed my command. They hitting real hard. Thank you very much. Enjoy the amplifier.
10 seconds. It's
The moon loves you. Squids, good. More arms to break.
final score. 3, 2, 0. Another epic victory. Big win.
Thank you, Ethan. These are so fucking big. Man. Yeah, no. What's called? Believe that they love this. This is the whole top star situation. The concept of innovating rappers. It's that you watch your video right now. I actually get more likely if you're on this channel watching the video, it's probably not the case. Now, of course, there's a little bit of hyperbole going on here, but see. It's like see what else we got. Okay. Mustard. Smart minds. as the fuck. Episodes John Harry. Smart minds. So, still gonna see. Surprise. I'm in this thing. Let's just do like Carson should. Well, see, right here, these three temples here. There's lots of You're gonna get Luke. Shit, fire! Finish me! You should try and use it on yourself. See if you can get yourself up. Alright.
Thank you, bro.
See if you can get yourself up. Alright. That's a little bit far.
Thank you. You're doing it.
It's a little bit repulsive. And that's from the NC, I forgot what the name. This one's ready to go. It's him in this guy. It's the scene closes in 10 minutes. It's funny walk there, just after shit.
My feet smell like shit. That's that shit. I'm a blood fucking stinky man. A blood fucking stinky man.
more progressive than college. Our professors now say things that would make why don't Archie call scientists more thirsty hounds who say no, he's a professor. Right here in see her. Came out. See out. You don't see he's ready to stay. You don't take me out. Sounds. Even just shot me. See it? Hello? Still I'll say I can justify this because drops. I will say, also, at the same token, there's got to be some Yugoslavia PD for the drops. So, if you think about it, we're doing ourselves a little bit of a favor. These points. Okay. Let's go close for him. Get some time to supply solution here. Okay. That's what I do. Which. Six. Exit frags. Out. Oh my god. Well, it's insane. Holy shit, boys. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. My. It's sad.
Your eliminations and deaths on the bottom of the screen when you hover over a character, and then your elimination death ratio, but then the scoreboard shows actual kills. Although this one, unlike the two deathmatch screen we've seen, doesn't show deaths or assists on the main scoreboard area. You'll have to hover over each character in order to see that, as far as I can tell. But overall, I think that's looking quite good. We're here just trying to show this because you can see the full HUD in the background, although it is a little bit blurry. Overall, as I said, it looks like the general structure to the HUD is very normal for a Call of Duty. Nothing too surprising there, but it's aesthetically redesigned. And finally, one last thing to point out here as they're walking through the gameplay. And on the left, once again, we do see a player shooting in first person. And again, it does appear there's a fair amount of muscle there. It also appears that character is wearing some sort of a mask, and you can see that around the edges of your screen. And then another thing I noticed on the screen on the right-hand side, the player is taking damage, and that red jelly that's showing up when you get shot does appear to be very prominent.
Yourselves everything we need basically for our workbenches. But I'm gonna be honest, guys, I don't really care about workbenches. I think we kind of understand that.
Could be totally wrong on that. That is just
want
my guess.
more
And with all of that covered, that's finally going to wrap it up. For all the little details I could pick out from that video. Once again, I'm so surprised we're seeing this much this early on, especially relating to multiplayer. I would also highly encourage you to actually watch the video and hear what they have to say for themselves. It definitely appears that they are shifting their direction a little bit here. And it was nice to see them even specifically mention that they're going to be dropping the ego on this and being more open to listening to feedback. Obviously, those are just words at this point, and actions speak louder than words. But it is sounding and looking good so far based on what we've seen and heard. Of course, these are just my opinions, and I would love to hear what you guys think about all of this information and moving everything in those comments down below. Is this getting you more excited or maybe less excited about the game? If you enjoyed the video, a like rating is always appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe for more if you haven't already.
328 spaces. Thank God for that. I do appreciate you guys watching this video till the end. I do know it's a little bit shorter again. I do promise that these future episodes are just going to get crazier and crazier. Now that we've started to build up and get into green and stacks, we have way more gadgets and items to use in our brands. Then we have other marketing chips to encourage people to come to us. And the videos are going to be absolutely insane. And if you made the story to the video, and it's going to see you guys in the front. The rumors persist. Michael doesn't seem interested. This content here on the Locked On Celtics podcast. Thanks for making the show. Bring up Dread and this cover. Plenty of those from the scene. I think of Florida. So this tumultuous first zone of playing has figure. You see the harsh black cars and Trump jet cast against opulence around James and Bacon. This is Melania's Vietnam. and it's kind of bad. But this doesn't work for me because there's nothing to back up that feeling. The sequence is slow and plodding. It just gets on a plane. It says hi to the crew. It's down. You're not even going somewhere. No, just flying to New York to try on dressings. And without any central action, any emotion expressed on screen, the song choice just feels confused. Strange. We'll talk about the use of Gimme Shelter more later on, but suffice it to say, this is a problem it draws hassle, lack of communication. Plenty of incidents for trying on for inauguration dresses, and the song moderates this people are talking. The song feels refined and fancy, and so you think it would be but it doesn't. Operates as an accelerating tempo. It gets bigger and more energetic as it goes on. Cut. It's interesting. But as you can see, the scene it's playing under doesn't need to accommodate them. It almost feels like the film is lying to sing a crazy, hectic light on a drum pad. There's absolutely no action shown that indicates that feeling, so it comes off as fast cycle. It's the audience that we really are just watching a dull, methodical conversation, a bit of regrets. Directly after Gimme Shelter is played, slowly segue into another needle drop, Gene by Michael Jackson. And that makes sense, right? It's a song that calls on us to think about Melania's beauty and ways that certainly work. And a few minutes later, Brett Ratner asks Melania what her favorite MJ song is, and she says Billie Jean, and we have a second for Billie Jean needle drop. There are ways to read songs. Like if they'd asked Melania at the beginning what her favorite song was, she'd said Billie Jean. It would make sense to read again at the end of the film. Okay. But as is, the choice just feels so lazy and off-putting. Like the film just wanted to be grand tool of Billie Jean. For a certain reason, Claudia is at St. Patrick's Cathedral lighting a candle of it and mother. It's a very small scene. The cathedral was almost empty, no doubt emptied out for Claudia. So one might expect an intimate, melancholy song to be played. But instead of using the Franklin's rendition of Amazing Grace, the collapse of the live audience, here to join the song back in 1970. Any artistic decision, it is a really effective use of music because it captures the rapture, its immense nature, blood is free. Sure, I guess, but I'm just telling you, that's not how it's happening. To me, it feels like Ratner got put into Melania. Just thought it wasn't just song we can play it. It was all these messy and totally jarring. And after the inauguration, from the Melania thing, and he kissed me with the crystal things. This is an obvious solution to the famous scene. It's where Ray Liotta takes his page of the back, and because he's so rich. This, I think, is also the reason why Ratner used Gimme Shelter. No, Scorsese uses that song in his mom. Starting to these places in Mexico, Sandy Sloan, she makes. I can see that this was the ultimate purpose with is to identify Trump as a kind of one of the guards who super obvious. But even leaving aside how weird it is for a propaganda number used by the Trump administration to imagine him as like a badass criminal, it's also just horrible thinking. Yes, Ratner, I understand that Trump and Melania are looking through the thing, and that it's just like directed by your hero, Scorsese. But the problem is nothing is actually happening in the hallway. Nothing communicates Goodfellas energy. Melania just looks vaguely at Doctor when Donald stares off into space and they get into their car. Again, there is a kind of mismatch. It's a sense that wants to be about something, wants to feel legitimate and big, and wants to justify the use of these expressive songs, but just can't. So why not? They talk about the structure of propaganda, phase the basic requirements of this Trump documentary, and then how interesting it could have possibly been. Audiences are attracted to conflict and narrative, but Melania and her husband are perfect angelic features unperfect by any problem. To the business to be dull from the very start. It's true. Obviously true. Also quite a complete explanation, and it doesn't give us a picture. It's simply Melania is more useless than it had to be, and for what it comes down to personally is chooses to declare on paper. I think there's a pretty interesting story to be about. Choose to wake up and the business media. She was a moderately successful. She married a billionaire celebrity to her senior, and he became, to everybody's surprise, the president of the United States. Money ended up his drug because he's rich and powerful. Just how obvious. I'm not saying that she doesn't like him or fight in the water with her. She probably does. Nobody's anyone here be trying to. If I used to ask her to be with drug, we didn't have money. She responded, if I were you, you can keep me with me. To say, no, it's any other first lady's life. And I do find her kind of fascinating. It's an audio about her short deal. And it had, you know, I'm not saying I recommend it, but it intrigues me. Problem though, that Melania is a very skilled and good character. I'm not talking about her personally, I don't know her, but with regard to the media she produces for the public, look, I read like half of her memoir for the sake of this video. It's also called Melania, which is very quick. But I just want to read you a few passages here. Talking about her modeling career, she writes, despite setbacks, I remain dedicated and true to my values. Some industry encounters were difficult. I handled that with talking about museums, quote, I always time my schedule to join the city's cultural gems, Museum of Modern Art, Guggenheim, and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Visiting museums is a habit I can maintain in every city I visited. It brings me joy and inspiration. Talking about her career, quote, in order to succeed, you must be willing to take risks and make tough decisions. To trust yourself in your abilities and never settle for anything less than what you deserve. Path to success may not always be easy. Determination and courage, you can achieve your dreams. Just one more, I'm really sorry. Talking about her early life with Donald Trump. Well, I took pleasure in giving work and supporting and building routines and maintaining a beautiful home. It's my priority to safeguard his welfare. Meticulously attending to every aspect of his life. I can't emphasize it enough. The whole book is like this. She never quips or shares any personal observations. She doesn't get into anecdotes or write specificity about the people in her life. Like a ChatGPT generated cover letter as manager of a Burger King, I believe I can provide this cherished American establishment discipline, care, and grace. You know, that sort of writing. Like this book is obviously used. I wouldn't be surprised if all the 2024 ChatGPT was in fact involved in its production. But whatever, they read this book. They got back to me. Is practically scripted narration where Melania describes in the vaguest possible terms how she has just been a cause about how multiverse constant connection to the deep of like my dear mother, I care about fashion. Fashion expertise, cultivated appreciation, great design. Like my father, I enjoy cameras. My father fashion talk. Show the world the essence of living life This way of talking is not necessary for propaganda to function. We can easily imagine a pop piece about Melania where she was given the opportunity to be spontaneous, funny, and human. Instead, they're shown a robot, with the exception of scenes, as nothing.
I carry the idea home myself, as I often work about washing. Eventually, I find peace through patience.
We're told that Melania is sad that her mother died, but we don't get a sense of mother one. We're told that she's very proud of Donald Trump, who could glimpse into their relationship.
And my husband, very emotional.
Midpoint of the documentary, Melania tells us that she wants to reinvent the position of the First Lady, making it less formal in some way.
One my goals is to evolve the role of speaking on more social.
Was this mean? I legitimately have no idea. Her perspective of the documentary is like still massive. The inauguration needs to be planned, so she just randomly showing her communication and color balance. She goes, that's good. Wow. No fires happen. And she goes, wow, that's sad.
I think about the fact that children lost everything.
Really, woman comes to talk about her hostage husband. She goes, that's sad. My husband. Something about that.
Based on the husband of his team,
Speaks in generalities with the Queen of Jordan, take that road.
My next goal is to foster a relationship and work on it with like-minded person and establish coalition. And when we do, I join me.
The documentary deals with Mayor's lack of action or personality, and it either tries to compensate. One of the most important scenes in the film happens right toward the end. You see Trump delivering his big inauguration speech, and suddenly some flashbacks of the day prior. Melania is walking around and stumbles upon Trump during the speech. There, she suggested he had the word unifier. Trump likes the idea. And cut back. Trump says that very house president of the United States. I promise legacy will elevate. Trump taking he's taking her speech notes. It's a moment that's clearly trying to say, this is Melania, and yeah, she's pretty important. Personally, I believe that this sequence is basically scripted. Something feels contrived to me about the way she just happens upon Trump, the way he invites her and her cameraman into the conference room. Maybe I'm wrong, though, because you think that if they pre-prepared this moment, they could have made it more interesting. But she adds to this speech the word unifier. That's not important. That doesn't change anything. Just kind of a filler word, right? It sounds nice. Right at the end of the movie, there's another Melania's badass sequence where we read all of her accomplishments as First Lady. I've never in my life seen her tags at the end of. But here, the point is to basically convince the audience of what the film could. Melania is a real go-getter and does lots of cool stuff. Maybe I could make a separate video going over these claims, but for our purposes, I think I only need to point out that one of Melania's greatest achievements is that she actually played an instrumental role in Israel Austin. What are they talking about? How did she help this guy? Did you negotiate with the boss? It's genuinely one of the there's the most audacious lies I've ever even known. Melania just doesn't do anything. She does, she certainly doesn't know how to know about it. And Raptor's hands are just completely tied by this basic fact. Like, you know. So at the end, the audience left asking, then is it really here? Around the 15-minute mark, the Melania just kind of it's in here, slow, competition. Well, how can you do that? It was about the days leading up to Donald Trump's inauguration. It turns out the event itself is where she has to tap out. There's no more dress to worry about. No present. Then to bring up these questions on this question. each time it's tax credit. So my name is never working. So there's payments. Payments, chance of being my children. Tax credits, such a policy you wouldn't. I work offer my money to provide for my children, to give them everything they've got, and you're going to take it away from me. She essentially becoming she see the joys of being things. Offices that social stage. Slash approach. Majorities have the meaningless is all. Actually, it's your choice that position that then even that due to today and being you, staring at the beginning, being in some ways still against staring, counting the whole being able to being in some ways still deep. Against the staring, counting the whole being able to elements. The expression so much tax credit still. Turkeys, first thing that sounds is selection, being sure by used by the short quality of austerity and spending cuts with austerity and spending cuts, and so later, I think that we can start getting up to election. Tax credit, sitting at David Cameron, David. That's within my base, so swallow you voted for the London seat, space party. In the instance, let's take my base council and being in both terms of academic legislation. Sometimes it's been so didn't get about pages of predictions and pregnancies like predictions. But I don't want to just about the nation project. Still, this version is not a the plenty of solutions. I read the rule of the order who fought for social justice in a galaxy far, far away. It's good to work with sweat, boy. Sweat's my control. Sweat. It's like the only part of the body that doesn't sweat. You still know it's funny. You're also lesbian talking about kids or a stand-up special, and you think it's LOL. I found some really great school uniform option built completely neutralize everyone's presentation to avoid misgendering. That change means now playing Katy Perry Python. Do you like to reveal your search for anti-Valenti bikini? Yes! Technically, it's a very amateurish project too. I would just give a very visuals and these I also think there are some very I got my first card and only are only a hard window and driver from just this one is there is so many. It's what you can takes me to get guys just do let's say it's fussy TV. It's the version based on you should guys just do another thing. This is fussy TV. It's the version based on you should but now it's been the one time getting to one spend just yeah. That's protagonist kind of speaks. They're supposed to be descendants of wolves. You ever see a vegan wolf on the Nature Channel? In each of these small stations, it's not actually it's a suspicious listen about the fire trucks. Watch that National Geographic special on fire trucks. A solitary killer. Fire truck stalks into the air. Fire truck can consume 8 times its body weight. So it's when I have to wait their turn. You hear me saying, fire truck. About demonstration. It's the orgasm or Alex and station first. It's the position between the policy and the driver and the catalyst. Actually, the evidence is a bit about the says something like to me once could you imagine on the Discovery Channel? Everything works out with things apparently also it's the very function in terms of say for our development and see it to bring to the possibly visualize just aspects themselves on basic perceptions, inspirations, as really big brace it's respected, it's curious and practice and mentioned. What I discussed it's bad concern artists to see everything which depends on the honest but it's the function to show and accent the argument getting into that solution. So I think the only thing interesting is the version's curiously starring it's context is the way the shooting because it's established the context here, but so with channels but this sort of thing so I'll keep it brief description because you get context I don't need my strategy which simultaneously alleged with exhibition values in every like CEO chair speaking like into my entity.
I just don't see how you can oppose healthcare for everyone. Yeah, that's all we are big government. The same people that brought us the DMV, the IRS, are now going to give us a pass smear. He said you voted for him because of white guilt. She assumed just because I'm black, think he made it because he happens to be half black. She needs to stop watching a certain news channel and vote in her own interest. Making America great again is in my best interest. Did you just say you voted for him? That all real scrubs that yeah. What? Did.
First thing I say this is one of me. Example. You some late voters who think for politics. But the next episode it plays into
integration. And then something might pop up.
It's about a short video with 3 days. This massive Lego scandal by a kid. This is one of the crazier stories I think I've ever covered. This started over Legos. It is now at a point where this man was really investigating it. This spilled the beans. A target for China's then Cobra Commander. The whole police department out there in Utah. that is seemingly working in collaboration with Bricks and Minifigs. Part 2 of Reckless Bid investigation just dropped, and he and his woman get arrested. He has been targeted multiple times by the police getting arrested. It's presented on camera that seems to indicate that he are knowingly engaging in what is pretty clearly some bargains. Not to get into the technical terms, there's been some legalese for it, some bargains in order to have him silenced because of what he's talking about. And there are some deep potential connections between Bricks and Minifigs and this local police department that is now, for some reason, going scorched earth on Ben and his entire team. It is absolutely fucking absurd. Arasaka from Cyberpunk is a less corrupt, less evil organization than Bricks and Minifigs, it seems. It's unbelievable. Now, you know what I'm talking about? Like this rundown before getting into part 2 here, because this is one. They literally come in, guns blazing on Ben and his team, by the way. Not to get the spoilers. But this all started because I had a voice crack. That's how extreme this is. It's affected by even yapping about it. And investigating a case of some potentially stolen Legos from Bricks and Minifigs. What happened is an individual took his father's Lego collection, and his father had built up over years of his life into a Lego collection valued roughly around $200,000 worth of product. Took it to Bricks and Minifigs to sell it to them for consignments. That way, he could take that money to his father, who said that's how this money was going to be used for very important things. The thing is, when he took it to that shop, Bricks and Minifigs, the owner was pretty much forced out. He had talked about leaving the country and in corporate stepped in. This is done by also evidence. There are evidence confirming this time, and not the Bricks and Minifigs response, and just actual gobbling that they keep trying to spit out. And that owner was forced out. Corporate took over. They put up a big stick crossing their arms and refused to give Brian his Lego collection back, which is still his collection. But the very contract signed it is still his collection. But they had said, "Oh, we don't do this either. We wipe our ass. We wipe our dirty little ass with inside. It's toilet paper us. So get out, kick rock, see." So not only did Brian not get his collection, Bricks and Minifigs, but they didn't pay for it, and they were even marketing it and selling his Lego collection, a collection that they had no legal right to, considering they don't even sign it in the first place. That's how they possibly have this collection. It's not theirs to even be selling. So by all possible interpretations, that sounds like stolen product that they are selling to their customers. So this was a huge investigation for Ben into this corruption. It was unbelievable. I highly recommend you watch his coverage of it. And since then, they keep singing a different tune, like, "Oh, consignment, you know, we don't do that." But then the owner is understanding we're showing it. As part of their agreement, they do actually sign off on consignment. It is there in plain English that they do accept consignment opportunities given some circumstances. So that's a lie for Bricks and Minifigs, it seems. And they are on camera saying to the previous owner, "When you guys leave, we take over. We are also taking on the consignment liability." This is right there out in the open. And they still refuse to give Brian his father's Lego collection back. And they refuse to pay him for that collection they've already been selling. How was that not stolen property? But anyway, part 2 is not about being, again, at the end of part 1, it did successfully sue Bricks and Minifigs in small claims court. But in response to that victory, they just shut down the location in order to weasel out of having to pay that. They lost. And now, instead of like being held accountable and like actually being let go, they shut down the show. The Breakfast Bin in part 2 is now trying to serve the papers for the next lawsuit here. They won court, and he is going through the legal process, which is what in Bricks and Minifigs' official response has been needed to do. And he has already done that, and they have brought to the nail, and they are now exploiting the legal system to try and silence him. It's not all of the evidence. It's fucking terrifying. And in part 2, you're going to see they are using the law like it's their duty. They're constantly Bricks and Minifigs this. And the officers are running. They just swallow all of this problem. They go out there and just start guzzling. They are there and harassing Ben and his team, threatening them constantly, and they do arrest him multiple times. They even go with guns blazing to his fucking house and dislocate his shoulder, like housing him outside, even though the one weapon he didn't fight his great. I started to file my lawsuit. After I filed this court case, it got rejected. And the reason was I failed to demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing. Basically, the court case is intent to settle with Josh outside the court first. I tried calling Josh, but I'm blocked. You know what I mean? They said Josh wants to save the day. And it says Joshua Johnson saves the day. And we was trying to he has to get the back first. So we started driving to Josh's house. So if you're going to file this lawsuit, you needed to try in here to do it. If you tried it, it the result it and I'm just being real names is that a lot of folks are hearing us talk people at the front of our mind and try to address one line, very one line. It's like it's that critique in sense you and then some person watches I'm gonna say watch his Kaepernick. These are two people that I appreciate the content at times. But know this specifically Kaepernick, I'm not gonna put this in Kaepernick. That extremely careless and frivolous engaging in the topics around genocide. I have screenshots of neo-Nazis in Kaepernick's Twitter feeds. because there's a shield of this energy. I just still I did that. Social media for activity. incentivized by the profit motive of being on Twitter and also trying to read their way into pro-Palestinian movements. I tweet a lot of stuff and see on many other accounts, but I also mix it in with lots of anti-Semitism that has absolutely nothing to do with Israel or Zionism, and it's really two things, right? A lot of these accounts are anti-Semitic, but they're also cryptids trying to make money on the situation right now. The people change conversation are anti-Zionists and elections. It's not crazy, unhinged conspiracy theories and fascists. They are. Conversation. People are fringe, and you can tell anti-Zionists because they are some sort of race conspiracy theorists or nasty, and you can change, you can tell, you pass it out people. There's a moral principle for myself. When anti-Zionist opposition because of my opposition to selling. Yes, people like Professor Jane do not help. So these people with anti-Zionist rhetoric and people was actually so bad. Professor Jane does not approve my videos. Do you think that's helpful to people? Well, of course it's not. Literally using Israel to indoctrinate people into fascist rhetoric and fascist ideology, indoctrinating them into something opposed to settler colonialism. We're actually rehabilitating the people in settler colonialism. Rated when I was about 20 years old. And opposed to settler colonialism. We're actually rehabilitating the people in settler colonialism with Israel being rated when I was about 24 years old. A Zionist alleged to be the monitoring organization and then labels trying to get me fired from my job as I wrote about Israel, blocking ventilators, treating COVID patients, not getting into Gaza, and they said I'm some sort of anti-Semite racist, holding Israel to a double standard. On my YouTube channel in the same year, I started making anti-Israel content, and I have been speaking about Israel since 2019. And since then, like Israel rhetoric, it wasn't actually so bad. But Professor Jang does not approve my videos. Do you think that's helpful to people? Well, Israel to it's a fascist rhetoric, a fascist ideology. People indoctrinated into something that is opposed to settler colonialism. You're actually rehabilitating the people contacted my boss trying to get me fired, like said, Israel contact me for its atrocities in Gaza, the West Bank, or its attacks on places like Iran, Syria, Lebanon. I'm talking about its influence on Western politics. So across the whole time I've been covering Israel on my channel, dedicating so much of my channel to talk about Israel. There are two groups about it. It's exclusively two groups who have speak about Israel. And you guess who they are? It's of course not just who is going to think I'm some sort of racist. Another group is American leftists. It's almost exclusively American leftists. Like I've never met British leftists, anti-Semite. I've never met Irish leftists, anti-Semite. I've never met leftists from any other country but America. Suggest I'm even anti-Semite. Facilitating community of Nelson, and that's what I want to talk about today. And I also want you to talk about child policing, policing, it comes to the issue of Palestine, especially for people who don't need Palestine. And today we're going to be talking about the FD Sigmund pilot, not because he has had this recent drama about touching that. It's because he's also been into conversation by suggesting that me about it. Right together are guilty of being careless when it comes to Palestine, and I myself have neo-Nazis in my community because of how careless I am Palestine. And I actually recorded this video last night and I edited this video last night. This isn't the video you're watching though, because I decided that video wasn't helpful and I felt like it was way too much of a personal defense of my record of Palestine against these allegations I made. And I felt like in our leftist community, I think it would kind of sort of like pick sides rather than focus on this issue politically. Because that's why people would use me to let this drama. That's not why I want my critique of leftism is about. I usually try and focus on something that represents something larger. I'm not just doing things for drama. Most of my questions, for some people might say, had nothing to do with leftist drama. It's more focused on anti-imperialism and anti-US focus on a group I've been recording their phrases and seen at least in their cycles to care more about anti-Semitism than they do about being pro-Palestine, and they would utterly fail to do that plan. And Palestine or say anything or significant or say anything that changes the conversation at all. And people that signify people like me about it I not accept essentially doing his character. So attacking people like speech around Israel, so I'll stay quiet. And it's like society asking for everything like it is. I think it's a better yourself. Palestine, trying to be so careful being anti-Semitic. It's better to be someone like even like non Palestinians appreciate being should perhaps say there's about like myself who understands. And that makes me that's all a good thing, you know, for it's for actually telling me something. And sometimes literally especially it's disagreeing about it's embarrassing results of life between people seems to be the thing specifically about Palestine is American this few times. So I'm talking about basically in Washington seems to be I'm saying what in the time of the neighborhood Palestine was also in everybody using to actually engage in and they signifies arguments against us in terms like Jewish supremacy when it comes to like the Jewish supremacy state like Israel and white people saying it's a total nonsensical argument to one nation. This guy had an issue with picture of everything simply spoken specifically anti-Semitism. Just giving a message maybe we should start associating people with I know I've written Palestine. I'm never speaking to I think it's just getting it. Again, that's why I think it became too close. The school that's the other direction. I was determined to achieve it. If I think that the issue would be being based on regulation and condition of content based on substance, then maybe I said here's not that nature. Against the event that I will be showing stuff and just about myself in terms of perhaps my so I would continue consistently and ramped up. It's fair to say it's content because it's thing to say to make this content because some sort of profiles for group I don't know personal channel this content but I just been consistent and maybe I'll show you some flexibility. But yeah, I can figure out outside of you into during this article today. They're obviously so much criticized Israel. They're extremely represented in the stories like that. Jewish sentiments should be Israel. In our case, actually, to try and structure Syria. And it's not why even Israel is the nation to Syrian positions and so that's actually that's the reason the whole shoot is the problem. Like essentially well is that the Syrians they have some engines, they have quite great stuff that communities against this. They didn't like executing Egypt and essentially sees now a lot of revolution against the house again. Actually have with injury elections and in fact is that that's the problem that's the constant aspect it starts against the scene. That's the only thing that's like what I do the lane as they get to that aggression. So it's not like how that's like holding all the stage at the end of the break. It's not getting over to original stadium and we did it into development. It's all about the radio and the second level. It's like I think that's just today. So we see the narrative development as well. Inside like it's positive and it's like saying impressive. It's an advantage to use it or wants to addition. So yes, I maybe it goes through to some statements by implementation. But yeah, it usually it was good and good by mentioned reason by not it. Then I have it's looking it's not very much white to it drops to me saying stuff. Outside states, and that is pretty much looking at what's happening. All of itself, say about it, but this whole period of me fancy Israel videos. Basically, though, I will suggest that locking up constantly has to be reasonable. Very much like that's the Israel. It's not paid. It's obviously anti-Semitism, lying against fascism, anti-Semitism, I think the president. So, especially not levels, something very long suggests like some sort of economics. We won't probably not see the word attracted like that. And this is all changed. It's not yet. It's spins and it's like this. I think it's two things. So, on top of 7. The reality and some big to grab the right. So we didn't come around to big maybe generally doing as well in European engines and that's great and thinking say something that much makes it being exposed to this right but that's to be substance that like evolution, like I said, so many people so many videos have and I'll be just like my to about maybe something that like programs that people take place, so it's just like interesting pivot build someone who actually have the ability to do this one. Some sort of baseline percent thing that happens. Something I didn't care is that this thing, like, it's going to change that. It's part of, I think, it's this response to it, right? See what's happening. I think really it's changed and let the audience, so the audience captured. It's like, okay, so serious, or I don't know, drop video. That's really what something you asked. It's close, right? I mean, that's it. I can't get seen. It's disgusting. Even though I supposed to understand that. It was based on so I'm saying that that's quite positive. So that's why I think so yeah, something right there. They don't actually have much time to explain how the reaction be. And we say the last thing he did about it to know something. But maybe then so it says he was really paying attention all the time. Said first need to be and it was perfect. That was a perfect use of that was a perfect execution. Perfectly executed it. The kids, it's like I know how to things in. It's like so now I want to be about exactly sides, you know. Something almost closely, some different things. Like this is actually an excellent piece of, like, you know, this is actually a piece of, it's sorry, not Palestine, it's I never seen this anywhere. And again, he have Palestine. I just that's the thing else. It's about like that's what's all in this tissue being tried this right. It's influenced that's absolutely fine. It's having it stop. So that's why you're this camera. Yeah, it's on this side back to you. That's why I would start with the best place. Straight on. So, it might be it's red shoe. This video I say red shoe. Red shoe is a good mix on it. right now, as long as you're the best, because it's actually mainstream. It's yes, I'm telling very much I never said any specifically. As someone who had a nice conversation, I was like, I think it's positive, right? Especially so I didn't put that to productive, so that's fine. It's not that big. So like I said, maybe it has initial in place and then maybe it's managing sense that video maybe some things that you should build in there. And then we said, he said it's not as much fun as the same price version. Still also just models being up there. So yeah, it's you know, it's almost here like it's as a game this stuff. I find meeting up last week and really because like twice basically has the word she has that I get that. It's also very perception. That's not sure comes this annually. It's going to have to remember this time. Honestly, at the same time saying that I'm not the best bad version of that. I'm just saying it's always the best bad version. I'll see how you say that to them. They're going to think I'm a pretty reasonable leftist. And since I like this again, I'm some sort of nasty, but it's guilt by association. I like no association. I have no association. This is what's so funny to me that I keep seeing people throwing this together. So let's get with similarities. I've seen us last year. Started YouTube at the same time. Insisted on a, let's say, imperialism, Israeli imperialism, and the anti-Zionists. That's the three things we're showing. Let's get to the differences. We've never collaborated, ever. We've never had a conversation, ever. Actually, we had a conversation recently. People actually calling me out for my Israel videos. It's fun. Basically saying it was like helping Zionists not get it's recently something like that. Like I said, not the kid. His Twitter account's constantly suspended. So I can't show you what he says, but here is evidence that these tweets did exist and something. You can imagine ever is that in my it's breakdown. But so you guys don't watch it be. So I just don't understand why really. Yep. And it feels very, very lazy on these friends who put us together to not distinguish between us. So now let's get into the actual movement. I agree that Adam Nara is pretty unhinged on Twitter. I have massively disagreed with his Twitter practice for the longest time. As someone who likes to troll Twitter a little bit myself, but not myself, I think that is a line, and I think in terms of this motivation, but I think like Emerson would have this phrase that he has for himself, which I think is exciting me as well. It's not uploaded as an individual video. I think it's a wrong strategy. So, for example, he actually said that in a video. If he went on to be in that video talking about times or something like that, I would think that's such a waste of energy. Because, yes, if you have critiques, my videos, I will hear it. The way he goes about it, he gets so personal. And it makes everybody actually messy. That's why it's such a problem. And also, he could say stuff like, Zol Slay, Big Council stuff. He is trolling, and his point is, his speech doesn't matter. And he said it's this video right now. the same thing in FDC, are you want policing speech last night? And I was policing speech last night, saying you have to stop this, but actually leave a free Palestine and shit like that. I don't really give a shit about it. I do think it can go down like random small letters accounts who haven't done anything. I know a lot of them have seems to be it's like plus some sort of escalation venture, which is not surprising. It's quite a great every single leftist, pretty members, they I just think it's this guy's brain. That's like I said, I like to troll. I'm saying stuff like the UK is as hard as not by government. I'm saying stuff like it's not what's that age. I need to be I have to signify that that's what I'm saying that it's clearly that's accepted, but Adam Butler's going way too far in my opinion. And even him, he's said he regretted the street and he's seen by he's really been like that. Sort of slave shit like that, like it's totally language based. It's just saying you shouldn't be calling black leftists and racist slaves. But he regrets saying that, but I think if you regret saying it, you're probably about teaching them what you do. It's like enemy number one. Yeah. When he talks about topic 12 and personality, he has its twin pregnancy, which is like very good in terms of people at the same time in terms of the gender positions. Israel, do I think Van is an anti-Semite? I think he's a lies version of supremacist. No, I don't. And that is clearly implied his actual intent is trolling Twitter and being edgy. It's so weird just to get a reaction and just responding to the latest controversy to get people mad at him, which I think is just a stupid strategy, right? I disagree with him and find that offensive because often what he says is fucking offensive. Like, defending he says, I'm not defending this other person. At the same time, I think you so agree that it's hard to take his point seriously, which I'm never not buried. He's wrapping it in this thing that pisses people off so much. Makes people so much at the same time, as I said with every single buy in terms of opinion, its problem doesn't just seem to be in terms of our language, it's in terms of our actual content. So in terms of the Jewish supremacy stuff, right? In that I'm just saying this to get a reaction. Like you describing the reality Israel is right now today. Right? I'm not just saying this to be edgy, I'm saying this so people to the far right to describe the reality. Every single thing happened. It gives him a man feeling. That's him having a competition. It's not just the way we frame this thing. So I find it pretty bizarre here that the issue of frame these things. People watch my videos. Do you think my videos are going to radicalize anyone? I'm not exactly a special person. I'm not exactly someone who actually not pretty hard backwards. All the people get radicalized by me, I've always found really, really funny. It's like the trans discourse. Like to say like seeding with Nazi ideas. I wanted to write my past that content. That's like we lost about someone my video and some sort of Nazi written. like, it's really hard to get against that. So there's the next video. Pretty long, like, it's Battle Order has said some bad stuff, Battle Order has said some bad stuff. Like, Battle Order, in my opinion, should really, it's really tough level 4. That's what I think. Respect him. Likes content, he makes good videos, and even MV Superfly, like Samson said that to him in the stream. Like, he presents it, so maybe not. But like I said, I like the control Twitter myself. I like making jokes here and there at the expense of online land, then US status, all that shit. I think that's a line you can easily cross. It's just detrimental to your own privacy because you're just looking at the reach that you can potentially have. And now let's get into MV Superfly's problems with me. Not gonna lie, I was really pissed off when I first heard this. I think it's a really native routine, and I think he doesn't know, like I said, what he's even talking about in terms of my content specifically. Let's watch it, and I'm just aggressive for people watching it. You seem to think that because he said he's not putting this on B2 tab, that means he's not talking about me. Just stupid. Like, he is talking about me. He's just saying, I'm not a fan. He was saying, you have no right to get mad when you actually say it's not you. Then continues to talk about us as a collective. He's saying they are comparing us. And then ends up saying, here's screenshots of Martin on my Twitter. I don't know why he's still, but he doesn't even use it. But yeah, I completely reject him wanting to be saying that. That seems to be his logic. He is still talking about me, so that's what's it's also your local background. And just about the great and do names. And I'll just explain how I think he's translating it more sometimes to an audience is that a lot of the person hearing this talk dress and everyone and only every return himself blindly and conversation. It's almost like you need to have to listen to us to make frequencies. There's a frequency where only making a solid rap team would be, which I know I build at times, build at Cuba. But then there's like the that routine makes sense if you look at it. If you're also a person who watches, I would say that, watch this Captain. These are two people that appreciate the content at times. I know this specifically that I'm not the one that's background. You got to get straight, careless, and frivolous, engaging in the topics around genocide. Legit. Not see terminology to get so blank. If you're looking to how, if you're looking to, I'm not saying should this do not time in California, as a shield of this energy, and when people call that out, and he calls, oh, this is no silence. It says, you know, you don't understand Jewish supremacy. Say anything supremacy. Alarms immediately. If I'm a person trying to explain how somebody else's version of white supremacy is the same as theirs, you know, when I hear black supremacy, I hear alarms. When people try to say, well, you know, Farrakhan and even Omar, it's going to be critiques, don't have no. These are black supremacists. I'm like, look. Right now, brain works to them. And it's interesting, and I'm looking at it from Carlos. My initial response, I actually developed and started a conversation from Carlos, because when I heard him talk about science, he's talked about it as a white supremacist frame. And to me, that's cool. And so when I see it, it's not, didn't break the behind the constitutional supremacy, which I've learned more about since I've been having discussions behind the scenes. But as they materialize for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I've personally stayed away from in part because that's been solved. Like, so many people being in the needs to, like, you know, Zionists and Jewish supremacists and insert Nazi almost beer. just being like, this sounds weird. It almost sounds weird. But it also doesn't mean that it's not a bad version of the analysis that we operate with and put out before, which is something around those holes to get it. Let's just break down what he said first. So he's basically saying that he had an article. He's talking about being funny. He didn't say I have Nazis in my tweets, which he screenshot for some reason. We didn't have other accounts for analysis on Palestine or speech around Palestine and Israel. And well, we don't cultivate this audience like prejudice. Also, that's the difference between prejudice and positive. And he said, I am purposefully cultivating this audience. And he signifies that it's accident. We are creating these environments online where there's like a congregation of Nazis, anti-Zionists, all in our communities together. That's what we're doing for our pro-Palestine advocacy. And he prefers, maybe in the framework of white supremacy rather than talking about pure supremacy. Go back to that text and stuff. And basically that when he hears this, it feels weird and he should be able to talk out about people who get like liberal Zionists or Jewish supremacists and stuff like that. It might seem like he's out of paper with some sort of self-censorship in that we shouldn't use terms like supremacy. We talk about Israel, we should probably lie about it and say it's like just white supremacy and stuff like that. Because I don't know, that's not the Nazis from coming into our communities. And I have a massive problem with the fact that, specifically, that he's either extremely ignorant by content, and that's a good faith interpretation. Let's say he is extremely ignorant by content, specifically, or bad faith interpretation. He actually has a problem with content, specifically looking at Jewish supremacy. I want to get out of this in two ways. So I want to first start with a bit of defense of myself. Not that I should really to do this, but again, when someone who has a million subscribers is saying shit, I think, and I forgot to respond, and hopefully I'm in a bit of a mood today. It's this notion that I'm cultivating some sort of Nazi audience. It's absolutely ridiculous. I have a Twitter feed. I've got angry at me recently. I talk about Jewish supremacy, and I talk about people adopting the Jewish feelings when they're not about Palestine and breed, having a I've spoken about this a fair bit over the years. And how they self-sensitive, so they're so worried about being I've spoken about this for like years and years when it comes to the UK politics. Western society is being completely separate, right? Especially in the UK, where it's like sort of these smears people. We talk about Palestine, and people like Andy Signifier in my head, they're constantly doing this. They're thinking about how can I have a Palestine while also not pissing on people who are anti-Semite? Is that just like him being too wrapped up in their identity politics, or is it him being cynical about his career? I was a bit harsher on that video, but I was going to say it could be a combination of those things. I don't say I've always been about my speech. I've always been very good about my speech on Palestine, but I'm also someone who's self-censor and not call a spade just because I'm worried about my audience. I'm worried about that. So this is what makes these people uncomfortable. And because American actors have been so influenced by liberal identity politics, they have this knee-jerk reaction like Andy Signifier was saying is, oh, it feels weird. It feels weird who is a white man saying that. And I don't know where the whiteness comes into one as well. Like, you ask Palestinians, we're going to read on Palestinian, like, what they think what we're saying. I don't think they really don't care. It's just the whiteness. So I don't understand what this point of contention is. A lot of people think that when white people it's talking about Jewish supremacy, they're trying to cover white supremacy, which is not what I'm doing. And the funny thing is, well, I've actually rejected Zorg on occasions. Zorg isn't real in the context of UK and very much in the case of the US. And it's just Americans coping because they're American supremacists. I actually said that in my brain pattern. Palestinian, like, we're saying, I don't think they're really going to care. It's too white Western saying. So I don't understand what this point of contention is. A lot of people think that when white people like this talk about Jewish supremacy, they're trying to kind of white supremacy, which is not what I'm doing. And the funny thing is, I've actually rejected Zorg on occasions. Zorg isn't real in the context of UK and very much in the case of the US. And it's just Americans coping because they're American supremacists. I actually said that on my Graham Pattern video recently, but now let's get into another part, right? So there are Nazis in my Twitter mentions, and that is actually true. I'm fostering a Nazi community, so two things. I've only been back on Twitter for 2 months. Twitter is public, anyone can reply to my tweets, anyone at all. And also, my notifications are on Twitter. So I don't actually read most of the replies to my tweets, but even if I did, what I'm to do about that, I can give people or I can block people off of the fans, but often with that are fans who simply recently I mentioned to harassing me, I block them and they make new accounts. So it's like I can't do anything. I'm on YouTube. If I ever see Darcy in my comments, I ban straight away. But funnily enough, I don't get to. These Darcy's are on the June and Savage. So we're going to get into that now. I know you see the file, like I said, ignore my content. I have been pro-Palestinian for years and years. So I would say me, Van, and Alex, and a few others are the main actors who have always been pro-Palestinian on content. And so I have made loads of content fighting against anti-Semitism. Like I'm showing you, I was talking to NBC Fire about that. He knew about that conspiracy I was telling him. And also, for the last 2 years, I've constantly talked about the fascists who were caught in the pro-Palestine to gain power. Whether that be Tucker Carlson or Jackson Hill. Here are 2 clips of you. Here's one of me in 2024. That leads me into the first account I want to talk about. That is Jackson Hill. Now, if you are left wing and you've been following online left politics for a long time, you know who this guy is. Basically a guy who started off as a pretty general YouTuber and then started becoming far-right over time. Talk about MAGA communism, and now he's basically a fascist, right? And his politics are mostly motivated by anyone who opposes America is good. It's also supported Netanyahu. You know, also has a good working relationship with Netanyahu. Like, that's a very good working relationship with Netanyahu. I'm actually happier. And for the sake of, you know, it's like, he is in power right now. There's the biggest coalition in history. Xi Jinping of the Communist Party of China has a good working relationship with Netanyahu. So yeah, this guy really doesn't care about Palestine. But if you go on his account right now, he has 2.4 million followers. Everything he tweets right now is about Palestine, it's about Israel, and a lot of it is stuff you would agree with if you are pro-Palestinian. But what he's doing is looking at various pro-Palestinian accounts, stealing their content, posting it on his own Twitter feed, and just focusing on what Israel are doing right now. Which, of course, is absolutely fine. When you actually dive into the politics, you know he is not sincere. Like, he doesn't support Palestinians. He doesn't like Muslims. He just generally hates Jewish people, and he hates the West. So he's massively active on this to make himself even more popular. And when I made that free pop video of Professor Jack, where people were laughing at him for his anti-Israel content, but anti-Semitism, where is your criticism? Where anti-Semitism? Where's the criticism for the leftists who came for Professor Jack uncritically and invited him on to talk about Israel, promote his thoughts on Israel? Where's the criticism for that? That's actually promoting someone who's anti-Semitic. But someone like me who called about straight away, apparently Nazi love that. Well, the Nazis didn't love it, so check this out. Professor Jack fans or Sad Agent, that's like criticized his take on his page on channel, but check your Richard argue that 7K check worth a bunch of you. That's far enough. They found by decent analysis, now looking at the shooting the Jews on the drone. Sad Agent detective, you talking at Zion was so concerned about this guy in the US Israel. He's been read about everything. You might actually be paid off for real. It's crazy you can be self-electors. No, we can't trust you. You pay fucking Zion. How much does Israel pay you? It's not illegal to hate Jews or anyone else. But anti-Semitism isn't work anymore. You paid off by Israel. That's funny. We're attacking massive anti-Israel voices. We're bringing awareness to their horrific actions. We're trying to these things for time of attacking other anti-Zionist allies for ancient stuff. City names over. Lots of people around here don't realize what time is. So this is something I see a lot and I can reject. So creating an anti-Zionist alliance from people across the political spectrum, I think it obviously help. And changing the anti-Zionism is obviously helpful. Professor Jang is not doing this. And Professor Jang's opposition to Israel doesn't stand for a principled anti-Zionist position. And obviously, for myself, I've been an anti-Zionist on this channel for far longer than people in the space of even had YouTube channels. People who change conversation are left-wing anti-Zionists and the populations in the West. It's not crazy, unhinged conspiracy theories and fascists. They are not allies, and they have this change the conversation. These people are British, and you can tell anti-Zionists because they are some sort of conspiracy theorist or Nazi, and you can change, you can tell that's an out in just a moral principle for myself. Winning an anti-Zionist opposition because of my opposition to settling vote. So these people anti-Zionist rhetoric and then telling them that it wasn't actually so bad, like Professor Jang does, like proof my videos. You think that's helpful to people? Well, of course it's not. You're literally using Israel to indoctrinate people to fascist rhetoric and fascist ideology, indoctrinate into something that is opposed to selling opponents that are actually rehabilitating the people who did sell opponents. Whether you're integrated, like the German knowledge. Yeah. It signifies seriously watching my content and things that Nazis push me and comes to my Twitter to revel in the community I've created. He doesn't know what he's doing. I made so much anti-fascism, I made so much content fighting against anti-Semitism and pro-Palestine content, all calling out conservative criminals who jump on Palestine. And again, like I was saying, you're calling out someone who's done this wrong again. So is it just like an ignorance? I don't understand. I don't understand why you or I would live in market. And if I'm being honest, if I was someone like FTC, I would feel shame. I would feel shame I never sent you. So I would be totally fixing. You say stuff, even if I don't like them exactly. I don't think FTC simplify his actions either. But again, this whole rhetoric is only helping Zionists. It's not helping Palestinians and Zionists. So now let's get on to the Jewish supremacy stuff. So I'm going to start with my takes on it, and you guys can think about how much Nazis love us or not. Then I'm going to move on to Mohammed Elka, about this very recently. And then we'll talk about Jewish supremacy. So just to recap a little bit, because I've been speaking about he thinks Jewish supremacy sounds weird, and the framework that they use is probably white supremacy. And I don't disagree with it as long as I'm not being achieved, because it doesn't reflect reality. So even if I can throw videos of this one, or actually respond to people who said Israel is just white supremacy, it's not Jewish supremacy. Put up. Stop. Stop it. pledge. Action fighting and indicate to be the socialist taking up any role to be socialist and Nazi Germany and shoot Israel socialist, it was the socialist Jews, and they were actually socialist Palestine. Israel's now called Jewish Palestinian, Palestinian, Christian Palestinian, but also it's not a threat to socialism. Socialist state, it's socialist Jews, and also settlements of the foundation of Israel, which were socialist settlements, again, just the Jews, but it sounded actually nothing under its view. Like it, to this day, and obviously the USSR, the first country to recognize Israel, and they sent weapons through Czechoslovakia. So basically, in the context of 1940, this Zionist movement is something that's it was taken place. It was the historic movement to do from the British Empire, and various Ottoman Empire, Ottoman control, and society lived in a very racist world where silent something like start outside the union, socialist and otherwise now please. Into that time, the socialists obviously recognized Israel saying national views Eastern Europe are being either socialist militias against the Soviet Union also less slaughter at the end to the other groups. I said that unfortunately these talents but that's why you often have these places which are not playing, which are not in which do and why Israeli society Israeli Jews and I saw a debate recently about is Israel white supremacist or is it Jewish supremacist and white supremacist up to you like the legal prosecutor Jewish Israeli to have rights and not resurrect just like the fact that it's instrumental and the idea is about that is the same right don't most it's my secret so it's running limitations like the international following private self-interest only city council had posted taking house on the house of the Bible said it's not the Knesset members and signature means legislative but written on ideas for any nation's maintenance was the intro. Except with the national parliament still which mercy constructed the treaty. Sometimes loud parents, sometimes by well beings with their attack. Shot to David bring back and think of the truth. It didn't matter that boots next to the evidence about that statements and others massive how we saw condition and looks like thrown like most of the family it's better to around it's at least to understand it's most in charge of it seems maybe that's it. Can you say anything in gesture in dangerous citizenship, rights of unsolved privilege. That's Palestinian. Understand, okay, that's the rights of one. Systemic party against the by the self, to Jewish state. Trump is unacceptable. Was the way he is else that supposed to be. And like that, I know that would speak the sentiments possibly a second second denunciation. I hate to some Bridgers was she described the Jewish Senate. Some years later, not much had changed. And some of the kids much to the Galilee organization and Jewish state. That's the council. The council of the house. So the success is the chief term of existing symbol of spread and TV. How the mega something people not just the back that constitution actually have the slide is the brain everything fight some is like the violence sometimes tries the narrative some is like the status probably as it is we have an continue and saying currency that they best Palestinian people it's the debate and is the populist and racist ideology but capacity to produce such distinction that impressive simple and heavy handed bias and autonomized self-duty this distinction in part and part Palestinians is in simply violence tropes on drones because early 19th think the different power shifted in various the treating of it on the line of it also like video counted another thing for refuge in line with Jewish zero interest in everyone on the exception of the right to refuge and it's about sense of have never achieved it was from and spent the stage in exile then something which I can see in particularly the assumption that I'm inherently bigoted should such is its existence But say every single accounts will be myself. Yeah, it's great fun. And this is someone that's very about it's young. It's funny. It's so serious. It's not the issue just it just looks so shameless to say this thing about that's it last said that these are great people. It's bad it's the outcome. It's but then maybe that was no, that's not to say I spoke about showing them and so they can help with this to do. If I go breakfast already available to take last month, it's China, brings Wednesday, so once we do, they still comes with it's like a new that's actually but you care about some way consume this. I think I it's one thing. It's not. It's another issue. It's why that message about this. I want to know my email. And this is good. It's the guy. If this isn't good anything, let's say you know it's all saying shit like this from this friend and so you know even in same there is an cross in you know and then there are in the it's not something that so I think it's all something lazy go and that's what I'm saying. No, it's my money. Probably parts of it. Same stuff. That's why they look. He's on. You have some sort of like this bank like they'll go there. It's where you start and it's the to them. It's about happening. It's in the virus things that's up to one the amount of sounds constant issue that's and I see something that's fucking so he probably needs to be about he invents this conversation like it's not me that he decided it's and you can see the conversation and also the digital update he has to do about saying if I went to so I don't like this conversation anybody can think that's just personality to whereas you like to be heard skills and shit like that not saying like that. It's not. It's not so sensitive. Well, okay. And else things like what's happening. It's right. Like, it's like, so, again, that's the whole legend. It's not so I think it's about it. This week, it's that. So anyway, check to see on. At the end, I can say what it is. You can get it. So that there, so it's like I'm going to show that and I just hang and I fucking stupid like say it's just it's like start. It's great. Change. She can sit there. She can say, yeah, see each other. Yeah, like this is skull. Get it. It's like this. three comments. Yeah, we should like hang out today. Turns around, she's like, she was like, just. Have you ever again? So there's that union. She spelled it like she had a giant spell, whatever she did. So it's just, yeah. That's what you might have me be the baby. Just look. It's you know. It's gonna be sightseeing. And this guy just imagine see next and he's sir again section again you fucking so you fucking piece of shit just keep trying just you fucking piece of shit it's like and that it has to go. Just fucking chocolate. It's like I think it's on chocolate. Chop. It's much for anything fucking. It's hilarious. It's like closer as you get so confident. Totally. And be serious. Yeah. That's it. Actually showed up. It's like ancient. nice and kind of see size not in the 39. Stop. These episodes. Party makes it essential. Seems to be a special guest star around. Instead of making the main needs to make a let's see. And somebody say I think shooting is good place. This is big. You guys see each other in their own thing and I was Man, says we're getting this slow. Very small. It's what it's one of the lines and Trump. Small. Child. See. It's simple. Yeah, I remember somebody's painting. Yes, I think she was shoot. Anyways, I imagine having their seriously. It's insane. Actually, I've been trying to try the Simpsons. Oh, God. That's a power. I wish I would always tell my kids not to be. Skinny. It's insane. It's again. Mark is right. Right now, I did anything. Stop. Simply the transgressing the satire is supposed to be just bullshit fucking it's not even supposed to be comedy. It's not even it's not even supposed to be a joke. Simpsons Butterfingers commercials have a great rate. The show is now. I think you see that they're gonna break the jazz. Go to Chad. Go to Chad. It's really something. It's getting. Yeah. That's how you. Yeah, that's how you. You know, visited Jeffrey Epstein's house here in real life right there. It's okay to bring it up. Yeah. It's very jokes behind it. What did you say they call to call it for children? He doesn't call for children. He's not like he's being out to run. Fine. Sorry, sorry. If I could do here, just Please, Homer. See, Carl. Some kids. Epstein's died of storms. Anything is coming. Yeah. Yeah. Anything getting you think not gonna be 100%. She's not. They do. He's putting it into charge. That's just part of being a demon friend. across the street to George Bush's house to serve his parents. The street announcing Donald Trump. Many connection it's like him. It's good now. But Marge, you don't have any friends. Money. Just me. It's a general. That it's season. Simpsons Sunday guest starring Ben Shapiro. Okay. Did you same way? It's a nation that's been teachers. It's fine. you certain glances here, even a decade, when you certain this. Some thinking. Oh, it's pretty. So you call this thing. Dick sucking time. It's getting right there soon. It's gonna be hard. Is that guy? It's not hard, you know. Experience. It's a to me. Sandwich. Jobs. It's a condition. They manage and they track. So each giant stay there. Thank you. So that's your first day. Just that's the invades. Let's see. Second you. Just like to the best area. Like 75. Like so right now, serious. Just try again. That's why let it be. Let's see. There. training is basically that's about like that. Ancient trees. Okay. Training. See there we have any. Say, just possible. You know, I do it by the key now. You know, so wait a second, efficiency. Yeah. Yeah. So, eventually, like, yeah, there's show. So. Since the spring, it was Alexander. Here's all that's said. This game is still good. Except we are. Stop the game. Here. Get Barbara made the point. He would say this team. He said, oh, let's relax. It's not good enough. Princeton. Now, Egypt in game 3. And come by the convinced of them with the image. There to let the game come. It's too much. It shows he grabs it behind him and he's dragging it to bring him up a little bit. Speed. Well, yes. It's common sense.
Niggas fucking horrible.
Someone that's going to be flavored one by the book or a foul as you try to drop stuff. And the hard foul was there, but it's the follow through I was looking at. And that's why they cast a little upset about it. So free throws here for Castle. Has the intensity we saw in game 1, which was going back and forth. Not to say the other games haven't had intensity. Separate. It's taken the edge off the game. It's the reach in the early start. Scores up 14. Well, I said it's almost back. And we're on the high tip now for the last 4 months. This is going to be a big 3 minutes. Both teams, both in the bonus. Both trying to extend the lead or come into this lead. It's the end. And just flying up. Don't wait for the double team to come. Use your skill and shooting guard. Fox trying to spin. Yeah. Veteran calms the Spurs down. Good. Talk about guys that does have Game 7 experience. Aaron Fox with Sacramento in 2023. SGA to Neve Jordan. But the offensive rebound. Jordan is 3. Five. To the corner, Johnson. It's gone about 6 quarters since their last lead. They can change that on this trip. But like locking the ball up, you've got to play faster. How the Spurs defense is set. And now watch everything as a trouble. The shot's locked down. Difference is this team more decisive. Give us it will be out our seeing the same defense against Fox shot over and snap by Calvin Johnson. Look at MJ's eyes. He sees everything right now. He sees the score. He sees the slip. He gets the pass. Got the nice offensive rebound pass to New York to get him a 3-point rhythm. And then the last one, the bounce pass. Got the sauce by the defense. Right now, SGA is leading with the Matrix. He feels over big one. You guys did discuss. Reggie empowers the other guys to do stuff. 11 field goal attempts, 8 of 11, so the efficiency is there, right? To the ball, 19 points, 5 6 goals. His Ruby has to hit only 8 field goal attempts. Only 1 assist as well. Streets top, Wemby was in play. Behind the line. It's like see how long Wemby is taking the process to build That's why he's not good. He has to go like SGA is doing right now. They're seeing the exact same defense. They're just handling it 2 different ways. That's where experience comes in. So on the pitch, you gotta shoot quick. Fox the 3. Fox. He has 7 of the 20 for the Spurs in the second quarter. Answering is the call. He has 5 of 24 with last 2 ball games. All over Gildas Alexander. Couldn't get to it. Follow the play up. Spurs by 1. And he caught SGA off guard. He was on the sideline. They threw a random double team at him. He couldn't even see his passing target. He's trying to get rid of the ball and turn it off. Yeah, but the rest of his teammates have to see that. No one's going to develop. Probably a quick 2 for 1 for Bruce on the advance. Final shot. May not have been the best option on that 2 for 1. Johnson said both well. Look for him. Trying to bring MJ up. She's it back. Gets it back. 4.6 left time for the Thunder. So, reading the clock, looking for space to tie it back. 1.5. The Spurs in the quarter in the last 7. In game 7. San Antonio, once leading by 14, is up 3. Anthony Chamonix with the Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron, strong finish, but what allowed OKC to close the gap?
Say again?
Strong finish to the half, but what allowed OKC to close the gap?
We're going to continue to take those tough shots, but we're going to make it a little bit harder. I'll turn the ball over. What's up, guys? Closing Games here. Welcome back to a brand new video. This review is you're in there, fine. That's so funny. Yeah. Yes. Maybe about 60 inches on the ring, just sound. If you don't see me, but probably most anticipated. Spider-Verse, I would say it's probably my most anticipated game of the year, probably. It's probably my favorite show, but it's up here in this section. I would say it's probably most anticipated. Spider-Verse, I would say it's probably my most anticipated. I would say it's probably most anticipated. Spider-Verse, I would say it's probably my most anticipated game of the year, probably. That's probably my favorite show. Tell the truth and tell exactly what the people need when it's not the most popular thing to do that I give it flash forward. And try as it may, that's YouTube here. I tried to say something that me, and I can't make the video. There's just no way I can do it. I can tell you in this video, I want someone with me on camera. Maybe see it. Just right. To say this, it's just something that we need to talk about. And I can also need to issue an apology. Let's just get right on into the meat and potatoes here with this viewer. I had lots of things on my chest. So what I'm talking about this is video. I'm letting you some a lot of your today, your features, something like that is actually big. And I'm telling you, sitting in the light, it might be crazy, it's something good. I think you're my money, something you know, you see things where some numbers, like I said, I'm going to talk stuff. Okay, it's funny for me, it's great. Something's actually good. It's getting good obviously, and for me, my needs, let's make it see. Make sure it's me to see what the band is not like. Let's check this out. So it's it's back. At the end, we just you know, you're rolling in small little thing. So you wrap you across the page. You mince the bird as you fly away. This is fucking awesome. Like, so it's fucking cool. It looks like something from early weekends. And making the interface of hearing and voting you much like the channel. It's not looking. It's the same thing is that thing. This is what shit first. You can see a lot of people doing they try to like shit. You only things are just things that should never take me in the first place. Watch my review video and it's surprising it's a lot of stuff. Story it's not hair and one of the shittiest part things I see I said I appreciate for using that. For fuck that they do in the first place. I said I'm tired of it. Sometimes I'm just tired of it. I'm tired. I'm seeing all this stuff. I'm just thinking we're just managing script like back to where we were in 2019 or something like San Diego 2019 and Regina. It's about 8 to next 7 years. And Regina, let's say it seriously. And if this was the same as a Black Ops 4, I'm going to say, I'm city of money, we have to be city of money. Do so. Here, take a different return. Small positivity, like really small names here, in the beauty, and smaller stuff. Stay sponsor, stay tuned, because you guys love money, you want to show you. And I got the 8 was absolutely here with my name. So you hear this, send it out, say it again now. It's the issue, and the whole game is just on there, the issue, and so it's being made for software. This is not going to do it. And just running a sense alone makes that story that created as created and agents. Us person who's the 14 and even has to come these guys see more resolution than we want. This is only seaside thing and it's like it's without something to rest of start this continue and should be basically like this others being exercise life. The shit in the background there, artistically at least this was like being like just being that instead of being if you did a good job with this now so interesting how these attitudes and by here is that all of them feel the same they feel it's not just the same way of the probably the same right things that you see constantly in a lot of like especially like these guys all do the same they all do this is like these can do all that smart spine like look at your aesthetic those kind of things like but it doesn't feel like parts of the game you may see like sledgehammer games and whatever these guys all play for the most part just because you like that aesthetic and as you don't run as you atmosphere in like movie games. This, however, looks stand for type of movies. Looks stand for these people, they really do this kind of particular like game. I love energy ability to develop and trade. This feels like a real place, and I still into it's not a bunch of bullshit. It's all like rap practice. It's all like tracks going to be up here at the size. I want to understand. This is something that can't be trusted art to get into. This looks great. And we're actually the next two maps. We don't see the thing. That philosophy is fresh, reduce clutter, your psychology, intentional engagements, and fighting the environment. It's all about flow. Jeff Smith is one of the makers of this game, and he's made maps like fresh, shit, and color, like this color, and make it pipeline, stripe, and watching, and so that having well. So the last week, the trade, this is a triple. It's roots up here and looking at the like spell is so unique. It's got whatever you see, like how well these awesome things to be actually personalities these guys. And having all these maps for the same thing. It looks like a new base, and it's green. It looks good, and it feels real, and it's got like these guys actually things are probably good. And it's a serviceable year. These maps are an indication of the year. I spent this game. I might actually attempt to play it this year. And I'm not even kidding. The last time I saw the color of the game, all year long, I was super trouble. Because for all multiple more, it was the nature of our game. And it's glad nice maps. It's not good. The game, and after that, I just don't know what having, you know, it's just, I just saw 90s 40 years of share fighting game. It's the same stupid joke of the same girls. Why we call these subject of 12 years and idea is near the scenes. And we thought he was making like about this time. And I don't think Joseph is going to take care of a lot of things and all the whole thing. DM, y'all. What do I mean by that? It's probably my check this out. From alternate Jeff's here, and response to Joseph appearing in the video. While the agent talking about the or set jokes aside, however, he's actually a nice guy, and like he's portrayed white eater. So he was all to the fighting studio as in interviews, as they did all to do it. Recently, Joseph was the fall guy, but I'll talk about in the first year of high games from the top down, any other minute, next in life. It was still bad filming the year, if I've ever seen it. See, like, it's true, they call Joseph's apologies here, so I'm not going to say Joseph here, if I've ever seen it. See, like, it's true, next in life. It was still bad filming the year, if I've ever seen it. See, like, it's true, they call Joseph's apologies here, so I'm not going to say Joseph. Sorry, for the time, I'm super excited to be able to do that. I just want to get into the like here, but James will probably never to tea I like your that's it. It's my first opinion. So, tell you what, you're going to say, maybe I'm in for something. In response to that, tweet, oddly, we'll be getting in here, and it says, you know, game, you can't say maybe shit on their game, and I shall comment. That you're not going to be part of it. So, you can have a tag of 10, 7 years when our team is the best one we possible. Was that anyone just saying Joe Scares love that? This is a weird thing that I think you use it like I say so probably just leave it for all social media like that I listen ever fucking love that and people make it I'm like yeah like especially for fighting what's happening in this ever meeting or slow down some to what talking shit about this is it's not all it's not like so decisions in being part of my shit like you personal blog here it's not tech it's not necessarily it's just a principle you know case I have 20 years of relatives I can shit and find people just saying file all the shit to me that here because I guess there's one closure so that's what else that's what I think to me it's all to me and turn into crossfire and crossfire you know traveling it's going it's totally fine it's just first I assume that's it for other speakers say that you gotta this you know that's one for here it's usually sort of not really exactly how we are and all of them should they use the new AI and firing since what devs have are artists you know this was going on so it's matchmaking and gaslighting it's based on that system that makes life hiding it's not something that's happening I think it's a game of like that trying to take it from it like big level pretty much making shit it's the name so whatever it's different than the data so they don't say at the end of the day it's only just what's your money and every single time it's now it's the other choice us which you have game and it's why we are getting you're getting this time it's like 6 getting your ass smash here here on GTA 6 on top of the fact that you're the lowest player first ever then just so looking at it's sad it's honestly such a sad thing that has had to come to this we should not have had to see this fucking game to listen to his thing bring us or at least let's attempt to bring us something like this the past 7 years we have been spinning out views and making everything we're spending on innovating all the things that's good for this game I saw today feels like just it feels like the last 7 years shouldn't even fucking happen it feels like it's just so long 2019 just for sure this feels like space happens in series 3, so it actually like series 4. Except it's actually a lost waste of time, and this is why it's harsh. So positively, towards the series again, the Call of Duty manager, how you said, labs and stands in Miami. It can easily see every line, but I mean, mutation isn't good. I will say this, if they like what's in this year, and also working this year, and they crack on the ass, and they coach, and it's garbage, they will not beat. I'm serious. I mean, we haven't thought of players and when we were in this low as the past year, especially for a Black Ops type of game. Sub-series in the Call of Duty franchise is now good. The Black Ops 8 is just incredible at this stage, and you know what's being the truth. So this is their last chance, and we're thinking about 6 and GT6. It's actually I enjoy and just need to finish off this gameplay, but we would get you this down here. Easy. Explaining that NJ and case of things like classification, exploitation, anti-consumption, information trends, things like classification, exploitation, classification, anti-engagement together, and the judge and the drug surrounding it is running only transportation. Village shot for the uninitiated spiritually and culturally and socially and justly convinced that he's on some specifically and increasingly fearing space that type. Even in the later extensive scholarly studies, I found that one size fits none. They had different shapes, different morphologies. It as being so in today's video, we're going to drama, some page exploitation, some drama. If they examine the taxonomy chart, strongly featured in this video. We begin on plus diplomas versus specimen entropy. This one's present. He's also maybe from is held present. Social status. It's everything. Even his business card scene, or expensive suits that make collective nervous breakdown. So our stock is heavier. It's not a joke, despite how fucking bucket because he's the line, I agree. So it's like I didn't want to do this. If I was someone I had to say, well, I would feel shame. I would feel shame with himself. So I it's not really saying. If you say so, even if I don't like, for example, he said it's actually time. Again, this conference room is like helpful time. It's more helpful to get into the slides. So that's the Jewish supremacy stuff. So I want to start by saying in most things about how much Nazi lovers sort of how about this very recently, and then Jewish supremacy. So just to recap, consultants people from now, even Jewish supremacy, and the framework that it used in white supremacy. And I don't disagree with all kind of healthy edgy because it doesn't reflect reality. So you're going to click on Israel video as well. We're actually responsibly said that Israel is just white supremacy. It's not Jewish supremacy. That was the difference between militant factions fighting, and then it came to be that the socialists dominated the foundation of Israel and created a national socialist state. And unlike Nazi Germany, which was Republican, there was an element of truth in Israel being socialist. It was the socialist Jews, and there were actually socialist movements in Palestine. Israel's founded because Palestinians and the Palestinian, Christian Palestinians working together, and also this Donald Trump socialism, which was that we want to create a socialist state. In socialist and Jews, and obviously lots of sentiments on the foundation of Israel, which were socialist sentiments. Again, just the Jews, Bernie Sanders actually, in his view, I guess it's a bit socialist day, and obviously the USSR, those countries recognise Israel as weapons for Czechoslovakia. So basically, in the context of this Zionist movement is something anti-vote, but it was taken back based on this historic homeland to do to the British Empire and from one of the various Muslim empire, other empire that control. And those sadly live in a very racist world where most people side of the colonial powers, especially based on this vision, and especially someone like Stalin and Soviet Union, having the socialist outpost of the police, which dominated at that time. Yeah. Like what we see, thankfully the socialists obviously recognise that they did something wrong and they did to against Israel. But like I was saying, socialist condition against the fascist occupation, fascist invasion, and many national the Soviet Union, also which Republican members of cities. But I'm showing you what we slums and stuff, that is what it should be our groups to sit there and just limit these campus focus on low skill labor. That's why you want to have these places which are large and not to do have poverty and like the Israeli society to really focus on Israeli Jews. And I guess I saw a debate recently about is Israel white supremacist or is it Jewish supremacist? And white supremacist is like very grim term to use because if you look at the legal definitions, like the legal philosophy of Jerusalem, Jewish Israelis have more rights than other Israelis. Just like the fact that it's an enshrined. It doesn't matter if they're white, it doesn't matter if they're Ethiopian, it doesn't matter if they're Sephardic, it doesn't matter any of those things. In terms of the law, they're more superior to other groups of people. Even in terms of if you're an Ethiopian Jew, you still serve the idea, you still spend Israel, will be to benefit some way. Like will be to benefit as much as some groups in Israel. So I understand for people to have white supremacist stuff because the ethnic structure in European style racism. It's in terms of Jewish groups, yes, like the black group and the most elite of these groups have a better even Israelis, there are some caveats with certain Christian groups that find the idea and stuff like that. But it's not like the United States, where make sure you get an outside system or the internet. You're right to live this very short to get this into something. Israel doesn't have any so it's a lot of left, I guess, to get to shoot to a lot. Yes, there will be to be in society, very racist to be but you can't really say that with Israel institutionally. It's Francis Fame, it's a Jewish system, like you do those also this gravitate towards that assessment. Do you think that inherently that's far right whether it needed just rather they might think it's something about the gender game. It's like you really to actually watch that and start getting red flags and start feeling this called the juicy personality series. Like I said, really famous Palestinian I've seen that really actually features the hero. Jewish sensibilities stole my house. It's not my fault and Jewish. And this week was ultimately right up by Jerusalem, and people seeking to espouse from one neighbor Jewish organization to Jewish in their name. So many people respond to scandal the Jewish street and murder to my baby sister's judgments back in their campaign exposure and so Jewish. And so they were to facilitated, systemized, and is potentially initially sometimes provoking of ID cards with a Jew, and I especially despised him and the strength of heaven. In my father, and my father's great grandfather's city. As for the soldier in battle risking us to check those IDs, some of them were Jews, some Muslims, but most of them Jewish. And my grandmother, enormous bastards. Those who witnessed the rivals and handcuffs, those who wrote the secrets and murderers of the plan of both unions. This was no secret, we didn't love them. So, I Jewish to be. Israeli politicians have exhausted this line, and then international peers will army and salvage army and launch Jewish land, Jerusalem City Council and most independent council and the council of the Bible sect. This country is for the Jewish people, and similar to the civil Jews. These legislators from far right, the Israeli nations may be explicitly enshrined Jewish settlement the national battle to encourage and fight. Still, workers from OC instruct treated as such. Sometimes by our parents, sometimes by only in solidarity activists. We are instructed to start paying the Israeli flag, distinguish Jews and diamonds research and competition. It didn't matter that their wings were on our necks and evidence to expose us, our statelessness and homelessness were trivial. Massive was how we spoke about the condition they kept us underneath, surrounded by companies and military outposts, or the fact they kept us until that condition was between Syria and occupied by heights, and we, children at the time, were expected to ground hope. Yet, this low step on an explosive trope that would discredit us, using words and the magical ability to make things disappear. It's massive reason. If you say anything in jest or in view, it will dangerously live. You deserve hospitality, citizenship, the right to move, and the right to move, but some privilege and specific ignorant of the luxury as well. As Palestinians, we understand from young age that semantic violence will practice our work for decades, systemic and meticulous violence never against us by the self-proclaimed Jewish state. A trope is one big word trope, and trope is unacceptable. We learn to internalize the most common needed these things. Else the 10-year-old supposed to be. And I learned about the folk stereotype of boys as well as the values of the vampires and spades and listeners. I learned that speaking with the humanity in the neighborhood. The setting of squatting in our home must be a secondary application, second to the abusive denunciation of global anti-Semitism. My boxing stopped and grandmother addressed those because I corrected her anti-Semitism whenever she was describing Jewish settlers in our house as well Jewish. Decades, some years later, and not much has changed. The boot remains there, so are the bullets and batons. The government titles its project in the Galilee as the Judaization of Galilee, and its quasi-institutions do the same. As for the council members that promise to take house after house, alongside their success in stealing houses in Sheikh Jarrah, the Old City, Silwan and elsewhere, they routinely march in our towns with megaphones and flags chanting, "We want Nakba now." But judges still bang their gavels to ensure the continuation of this Nakba, still rule in favour of Jewish supremacy, and despite disagreeing with the Supreme Court on various things, parliamentarians legislate in accordance with that supremacist attitude. Some openly state the fact that Jewish life is simply more important than our freedom, and sometimes they're even nice enough to apologise to Arab TV actors as they deliver these moments. Some years later, the state is quo.
Watch this.
Just smile and say, switching team up with just 15 minutes and get a nice 17
If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good health.
Get it here. Oh, bitch.
Alexander working on Champagny for three. Air ball. Can Holmgren keep this alive? Nope. Out of bounds and Spurs ball. 1:23 to go.
And like we said, Shea is exhausted right now. He's carried the load the whole night.
Well, 42 minutes.
Yes, and Casey Wallace is the next best scorer right now, 15 points, and Jared McCain had a run. But this is where Chet Holmgren, he's only taken, I would rather him go 1 for 15 in this game. He's 1 for 2.
Sub coming in for Oklahoma City.
I like this. I'm in with a shooter. I know you get smaller,
but you take out the rim protector, Rich.
Trying to play defense, but thinking about the offense, down 6. Holmgren, one of their big-ticket guys on the bench here at the end of game 7, down 6. I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. 10 to shoot. Fox turns the corner, snakes his way back, pitch it out for Sell. Champagny, loaded up, mid-range, short, rebound, California scores!
Again, offensive rebound, and remember, no timeouts for the Thunder.
8-point Spurs lead. Wallace attacking to the basket. Laid it in. 6-point game. 52.9 to go. Stranger things have happened.
And here's the stop they need right here.
Castle. Caruso. Gives me strength. Here the sideline. And a timeout taken. Mitch Johnson ran. Onto the floor, close to midcourt. Castle getting in the face of Caruso, and his teammates but somehow people always take it the wrong way. I mean, it's not my fault an Egyptian god whispers in my brain and tells me who deserves his righteous vengeance.
Here on the weak side by Jay Will.
The battle starts in 5.
They had him in a coffin right here. Nice job there by head coach Mitch Johnson to call the timeout from the bench.
I believe you're real, coach. I'll make sure they regret that. 14 as you look at this stuff after the play with Castle and Caruso. There haven't been as many fouls as I thought there would be in the fourth quarter. Both teams have a foul to give. You can't get them to the line. So you got to try to go steal from something here. Good break. Ball. They need the ball. They're down here.
If you're the Thunder, you pass the trap. Pass the trap all over the court. Speed them up. You need to say you have time to get back. You cannot sit back and let Spurs kill clock. You're taking 1 run from 5 on the clock. You take it off 17, 18, 19 seconds.
Yeah, you think he's right, but if I'm the Spurs, there's one guy I want
downhill, get into the paint, and calm everything down. I want Fox to have the basketball here. Spurs starting
Get you right there.
That is a great foul. And the Thunder had their defensive team on the floor. They didn't have their offensive team. So when they got the steal, McCain wasn't on the floor. And they can come back with Chet with these subs. Great foul. That's the vet presence. And great in the huddle to remind us. Remembering this now. 22.3.
Shut up. Look. Isn't that working? He's already back up at the start time bullshit. Slow the fuck down.
A gift from Khonshu. Love Battlefield medicine. Look, it's a big inspires. They have arrived, and you saw the emotion from Victor Wembanyama as he was looking up into the stands. The San Antonio Spurs. Let me rest. Go on the road. And in the house of the defending NBA.
Man, annoying. Fucking puppy. And yeah, we're gonna lose.
Earn a berth in the NBA Finals for the first time in a dozen years. And Mike, I'm absolutely loving the emotion here by Ashley Shambly.
Game 7 against the defending champs in their building. What allowed you to meet the moment and win this game?
Man, we had a good team. Great team.
Emotions are high. What do the emotions say?
What is hitting me? I'm not even buy that shit. You niggas suck.
We love this, man. We love it. We love this. You know, we come out here every day. We bust our ass. And we want to play. We want to win. So we out here doing the thing.
Julian, big players.
The moon gives me strength.
How did you find the biggest shots in this game 7?
We passing the ball. We playing together as a team. We all trust each other. We all love each other. So, you know, coming out here,
They're all wants to pass the ball and play together.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Is this what you envisioned?
Good year, we told ourselves we want to make the playoffs. We never knew it would take us this far, but you know, you like the best player in the world. Things happen. Things happen.
Julian, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Appreciate y'all. Mom, how you doing?
Shout out the whole fam, Champagny. 22 points in Game 5, 20 points in Game 6. After he had totaled just 31 points in the first 4 games. And Victor Wembanyama, so much emotion as he has hugged so many of the people around this Spurs team, built by Brian Wright, the GM. A gift from Khonshu. CEO R.C. Buford. I'm sure back in San Antonio, Greg Popovich has a big smile on his face. As Mitch Johnson, the head coach, took over from Popovich 5 games into the 2024-25 season, in his first full season as San Antonio head coach, has taken this team to the title. The Moon Hartstein lost a bit of the hand on that Cornet block as Wembanyama had picked up 5. A massive moment in the game. And Luke Cornet had played all of a minute 45 in that second half. Like we said, this young group that has arrived.
What are we just not shooting them?
His dad Ron, 5-time NBA champ, here in the building. Saw his son come up with the big moment. Very much. And the exclamation point from Devin Vassell, who's been with this team for 5 years. Needed that without the playoff experience. To the just hit me moment. Victor Wembanyama. On the other side, that man was fabulous tonight. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, 35, 9 assists. Chet Holmgren and the rest of the Thunder did not come in a significant supporting role. And the championship defense of the Thunder ends on this May 30th night. A lot of fans cheer back to Alex Caruso for the job he did with his team this year. But that guy and this young group was just too much. They are heading back home to host the finals against the Knicks. The same thing we saw in the 1999 NBA Finals when San Antonio got their run going of 5 championships, winning in 99 and 03 and 05 and 07. As we begin NBA Showtime presented by AT&T, the trophy presentation to the new Western Conference champions.
Ah, shut up.
Incredible young team that has answered every single challenge. Can you describe what type of resolve they've showed you to make it to the NBA Finals this season?
Back in October, we knew we had a chance to be pretty good.
I'm the Fist of Khonshu, protector of the overnight travelers.
And everything that we've done. Oklahoma City's a hell of an organization. And what a series. And there's been a lot being talked about. I think just words like competitiveness, resolve, togetherness. I don't give a damn about the word experience.
I'm guessing you knew before any of us did that they were going to come into this Game 7 and bring that trophy back to San Antonio. What were you guys
Stop annoying him.
We didn't know.
Stop. Fuck.
We've played this team 12 times now. And we played them our last 6 games, and we know what we're made of and what we're built, and we had to go out and execute it, and they did that.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, the
Got to put yourself in there.
valuable player trophy is aptly named after one of the greatest ever, Magic Johnson. The The winner of the Magic Johnson Trophy as the 2026 Western Conference Finals Most Valuable Player, Victor Wembanyama. Congratulations, look at that sword.
Bitch. 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 Fucking hell. Oh my god.
Walk me through what was going through your mind as you celebrated with your team and they held you up.
Realizing that some part of the childhood dream is going to come true. Even though we're still hungry, we want more. This feeling is, I can't explain it, it's so powerful.
You guys had to withstand a lot of punches against the defending champion, and you had to come into their house to walk away with this championship and opportunity to play in the NBA Finals. Just describe the guys that are behind you and the confidence they're instilling.
They don't even know how much I love them. They're just incredible. Everybody stepped up tonight. We know everybody got a chance back. I love these guys.
It's so interesting, Wemby, because game one, we watched an MVP trophy get handed out, and then you get to walk away with this trophy. You win the Western Conference Finals, and you are the Finals MVP of the Western Conference. What does it mean for all of those things to come together in one series for you?
This doesn't mean anything, but the fact that we're a team, we got that together for all the fans right here.
Let me ask you something for the fans. You get to bring the NBA Finals Game 1 to San Antonio. And your first what does that mean to you and your fan base?
It means everything. We want four more. We're not done. Go first.
Congratulations, guys. Continue celebrating. Mike, back to you.
Maria, thank you. 27 points, 11 rebounds, 2.7 blocks, 3 assists. And when he was on the floor, the Spurs outscored the Thunder by 62. No doubt MVP of this Western Conference Finals.
The moon haunts you.
There were injuries. They were slow to his start to reach the potential that so many thought they saw in the #1 overall pick in 2023. But this year, he put it all together. Terrific regular season. Making All-Star game start. Setting the tone in that All-Star game as well. Taking this team to the NBA Cup, by the way, where they got a lot of lessons. They lost that to the New York Knicks. They'll have a chance to play for the big trophy in the NBA Finals against that same Knicks team. We'll have our final up from Oklahoma City as the Spurs have made it now to the NBA Finals.
The moon haunts you. Get ready for Sunday Night Baseball. Popeye makes the cut. I'd know that honk anywhere. Thank you very much.
We're here for those who build America. For those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. Who will drive America forward for 250 years to come. If that's who you are, you should pay what we pay.
Now get employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Employee pricing. You pay what we pay. Only from a local Ford dealer.
At Farmers, we know compromises can be compromising.
You installed this?
Yep. Even had a few screws left over.
Is it supposed to sound like that?
Cutting corners can leave you drowning in regret. If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with Farmers, you can get quality and savings. A for effort, though. A minus, maybe.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. Bring on the fun and bring home a new Honda. Honda vehicles are built for exploring, with available features like all-terrain tires, off-road tuned suspension, and trail watch. All from the 2025 Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Right now, you can get a $299 per month lease on a 2026 CR-V all-wheel drive LX.
Our Vince Carter speaking to Victor Wembanyama. MVP of these West Finals, guys, it bears repeating. This was a team that most thought would be a year away. Maybe they'd get in the play-in. Maybe they'd be the 6th seed. And Reggie Miller, the San Antonio Spurs, are going back to a very familiar place. Their 7th trip to the NBA Finals.
I think they were projected to have 43 wins in a loaded Western Conference. But I want to give my man some flowers here. Before these playoffs began, he has been on the Spurs bandwagon, and he said coming into this conference finals, he believed in Victor and this young group. He didn't care about experience. We heard multiple guys in the post-game talk about, look, it's basketball at the end of the day. And they came out here in all 7 games. They set the tone from the first quarter. I know a lot of coaches at times say the first quarter doesn't matter. It does to me, because you set the tone on how you're going to play for 48, and they did that for these 7 games.
I just thought seeing them in the season, they had a chance to be this year's OKC Thunder. They mirror images of each other, how they play, what they're about, their culture, and then you had that alien back there. Congrats to the OKC Thunder. Also, congrats to the Spurs going to the championship.
And congrats to our group as well. This is our 140th and final broadcast of the season. The words of the NBA on NBC. More than just a familiar rhythmical rate for those of us who fell in love with the game in the 90s and the 2000s. It's been a part of our lives. So great after a quarter century. And our honor to help bring it back. Thanks to everyone in the league who's helped us. We wish our friends at ABC the best in their coverage of the NBA Finals. Starting on Wednesday from San Antonio. NBA Showtime continues on Peacock and NBCSN with Maria Mello-Vince and Tracy Brady. With Reggie Miller, Jamal Crawford, Zora Stevenson, and Ashley Chamonix, Frank DeGrace, our producer.
Yes, it's a cook session, bro. Y'all, no. What the fuck are y'all doing? You fucking bot.
Khonshu, watch over me.
Better stop that vehicle! They've made it halfway! Stop them! Feel the pull!
A gift from Khonshu.
A little help, please.
An arc. Hey, that's my trick. The moon haunts you. The moon haunts you.
Kill his bitch ass. Stop. Oh my god, that other DPS is fucking retarded. I hate these niggas, I ain't gonna lie.
Still not dead.
One less Ankh, one less crawl. You better retreat.
Thank you very much.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Bitch, look over there.
Needed that, thanks. This is real firepower. Wait, I didn't put that on there. Did I? Rise.
Man, this thing sucks. This thing sucks, honestly. This thing fucking sucks.
Better stop that vehicle.
Khonshu, watch over me.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
You keep playing like this, I'm hopping on Black Widow.
Rise and fall.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Come on, Khonshu. Let me rest. Rise and fall.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
He sucks.
The moon haunts you. Say goodnight, dear
Listen, I'm hopping a little.
Still not dead.
It's now or never. Stop them. Co-op time. I put the arc on ice. I suck.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. Thank you very much. I have found your lost soul. This is real firepower! The moon haunts you!
Really bad. This thing sucks. I'm about to hop on Black Widow, not gonna lie.
Better put this to good use.
The current score is 0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Round 2, go!
Khonshu has guided me this far. I trust him.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel, and today Infinity Ward finally dropped some gameplay of Modern Warfare 4, and it pretty much has the entire
Pathetic fucking losers.
Because what we're looking at here is footage from their most recent video. As part of their marketing, they're doing this whole series called From the Ward, and today they talked about multiplayer, and as a result, we have this footage of the new movement. Now, something that caught my attention is directly in the video itself. Mark Grigsby admitted that fans hated the movement of Modern Warfare 2, and they also said that the game should not be about their egos, but it should be about them making the best Modern Warfare possible. And that right there is exactly what I wanted to hear. And look, I keep saying Infinity Ward is a much better marketing team than they are a game developer, but the marketing this time around has actually been pretty wild. It's not like anything I expected going into Modern Warfare 4. I'm not sure about you guys, but I'm having a really hard time thinking of a better way they could do the marketing this year. I suppose them, openly coming out and saying that classic matchmaking is returning would be the number one thing, but aside from that, they're doing a lot of things right now, which is a little bit off-putting. They admitted that they had an ego, which we covered a ton here on the channel. I mean, Infinity Ward all these years, they've always had this kind of like my way or the highway style mentality for their studio, even for their own detriment. I mean, things like doors and skill-based matchmaking, safe-based map design, super fast time to kill, the mini-map, dead silence, and all that stuff that we've covered over the past couple of years. Infinity Ward seemed to think they were like the golden child of the COD franchise, but now they're acting at least like they're finally listening to reason. Most of the problems that Infinity Ward have created are being fixed, whether that's the mini-map or prestige mode or creative class or perks or anything else, and they admit that they had ego and they acknowledge the feedback from players and they're actually acting upon it. When you watch that From the Ward series over on their YouTube channel, all put together in high production and everything, but in there, they do really come off as a lot more personable and real as compared to just being like this big faceless company where the only person you can name is Joe Seacott. When you think back to Modern Warfare,
fucking got it, bro.
Think of anything involving Infinity Ward since the Robert Bowling days. Who's the face of Infinity Ward? Like, what's going on with Infinity Ward? Like, who are they as a studio besides, like, this big logo? You know what I mean? It seems like this time around, with their marketing, which is all very intentional, obviously, but with their marketing, they're trying to come off as a lot more personable. They're actually showing you all the different devs, and the devs themselves are talking to you. You actually get to learn more names than just Joe Seacott. It also seems like they may have heard the feedback where we've always said, the devs don't play their own game. I think they've heard that a lot, especially considering how rough Modern Warfare 2019 and Modern Warfare 2 were. And so as a result, throughout, like, today's video that they posted, damn near half the video is showing them during their Friday playtest, where apparently every Friday at Infinity Ward is like the day where they all sit down and play
niggas fucking suck.
the multiplayer against each other. And it was during that section of the video that we ended up seeing this. Holy freaking shit, guys. I take a look at the creative class that we have here in Modern Warfare 4. Remember the feedback of them hiring the new guy back in MW2 and how horrible the entire menu was and just how everything was just god-awful? Well, now we have this. And just for comparison's sake, here is what we had the last time Infinity Ward made a game, and here is what we have with Modern Warfare 4. It goes back to that idea of them genuinely learning from their mistakes, but of course, it also goes back to them essentially creating a ton of problems so they could then later sell us these solutions. But the thing about that is, however, is sure, they fucked up a lot in the past. I'm not sure there's anyone on this platform besides maybe BT who's more critical of Infinity Ward than I am. And yeah, they fucked up a lot in the past, but would players rather them just never correct their mistakes whatsoever? Like, regardless of how it ended up happening, these things are being fixed and good things are coming to the game. But some of the stuff that they did in the past was completely unnecessary and it was damn near unforgivable. But like I said when I told you guys, I was going into this game cautiously optimistic. I'm just happy that a lot of bullshit that I was anticipating from Modern Warfare 4 just simply isn't going to be there. I mean, with the leaks and the rumors leading up to this and everything, I fully expected Modern Warfare 2.5. But so far, that really doesn't seem to be the case. But that being said, however, Infinity Ward is still Infinity Ward. Mind you, this is all marketing right now. Right now, they're just trying to get you to pre-order the game. They're going to say virtually anything they can to go over your money. So, with that being said, I would like to go over this here. Ghost of Hope put on Twitter today.
Like fucking retarded, fucking retarded.
Weekly challenges. Also, are we going to get event camos? To which T-Dog, who is at Infinity Ward to play the game early and everything, he responded, from what I remember, no, they said it felt very checklist, but don't quote me. So, here we freaking go, guys. One step back when it comes to freaking Infinity Ward, man. They said the game can't be about their ego, so just drop the freaking ego and accept the fact that people love weekly challenges. They are an amazing feature for the game, and they should be a staple feature in every Call of Duty game going forward. The only reason why I can think of why they would not want to do weekly challenges with MW4 is because they simply don't know what to do when it comes to rewarding players. We learned previously that each gun in this game is going to have what they call an Apex attachment, sort of like a special attachment that we get from weekly challenges now. So for them, it would be kind of tough to do special attachments as weekly rewards like we saw in Modern Warfare 3 and in Black Ops 7. But with that being said, come freaking on now. Put on your game hat and figure something else out.
Fucking awesome. Dog shit.
Skins, weapon blueprints, weapon camos, special optical attachments and scopes, post-launch weapons even. Hell, do that. Like, if you had a gun planned for like Season 2 or Season 3, it's already finished and everything, push it forward to Season 1, put it as a weekly reward, that's gonna get people
I could tell you was doing about
that. Time between Season 1 and Season 3 to come up with a new weapon to replace the one that you had to push forward. It's very, very simple. There's so much they could do here, and I truly hope that this whole, like, Beals...
They should be kicked off of the game permanently.
One random dev, and not the mindset of the entire studio. But we are talking about Infinity Ward here, man. They do have, like, such weird ideas about how the Call of Duty franchise should be run, so I don't really know what's going on. Like, on one side, they're saying a lot of good things, but of course, that's a big part of their marketing, and they're a really good marketing team. But on the other side, there are some aspects of the game that they're like digging in their heels on, so just, I don't know, we're gonna have to wait and see how everything plays out. But to get back to the movement gameplay that was revealed today, how are we feeling about this, right? Because it looks fast, it looks faster than MW2 for sure, but it seems a bit slower and a bit clunkier than something like Black Ops 7, so kind of like an in-between. I think somebody said, was it Charlie Intel or something, said the other day that the movement of this game is like somewhere between Modern Warfare 2019 and the newer Modern Warfare 3, and that's kind of like what we're seeing here. But some of the stuff here is kind of goofy, like being able to climb up poles and jump into windows. That's a bit odd, but I think the biggest thing for me is, why does it seem like the camera shakes so much? This could be something that we reduced in our settings or something like that, but like, why does it seem like the gun is having a seizure and your character's just like wobbling around as you're running? It's like really jarring, you know. But I did notice that it looks like sliding is a lot shorter this time around, at least compared to Black Ops 7, so that's probably a good thing there. Slide canceling is coming back, but the sliding itself doesn't seem to be all that crazy. Just, I don't know. I'm kind of hoping that movement is not all cracked out this year, especially with the higher skill-based matchmaking lobbies and everything, because ultimately that's one of the things that causes the most fatigue. I mean, Call of Duty is supposed to be a laid-back, fun arcade shooter that you can just pick up and play, but also have deep progression for those that want to keep on grinding and everything. And when your matches feel like they're CDL lobbies with everybody butt sliding around like there's freaking money on the line, if you're like me and every time you sign to the game for some reason you have to play against freaking iridescent players, the fun factor of Call of Duty just goes away at that point, you know? Like, what made COD so fun back in the day, and you guys remember this, was the completely organic matchmaking. Because genuinely, as much as I love the old games, I'm not talking shit on the Golden Era. How could I talk shit on the Golden Era? But objectively, there was not a lot to do back then, you know what I mean? Like, COD 4, reset your camos every time you prestige. So basically, you would just level up, get your digital camo on a couple of guns, and then do it all over again. There really wasn't a lot to grind for, you know? World at War was the same way, but didn't even have weapon camos. MW2 did make the camo system a lot better, and pro perks were amazing, but they did reset every time you prestige. So there just really wasn't a lot to really overall grind for back in those days. But even with a
What the fuck is Tails?
games shined because the core gameplay was an absolute blast. And if you think about it, Call of Duty nowadays is sort of the opposite of that, right?
No, they trolling.
And newer COD is great, but the core gameplay, thanks to the matchmaking, is a hollow shell of its former self. Who wants to grind for marksman rifle headshots when everybody in the lobby is butt sliding around with these same two meta weapons? Who wants to level up that super weak submachine gun when half of the other team are iridescent players running around with 20,000 kills on their Jackal for crying out loud? You know, like, the sweet spot for this would just be organic, open matchmaking with those deep progression paths, and then everybody would be happy, man. Everybody would be having a blast. And sure, Timmy No Thumbs might be humbled a little bit, and he might struggle at the start, but so did everybody else when they first started playing the golden era Call of Duty games. And honestly, at this point, what is Infinity Ward even worried about? Like, oh no, if we remove skill-based matchmaking, we might lose some players. Bitch, you've been losing players for like 6 straight years now. You have the numbers, you have the data. Just act upon it, man. Do that, and along with everything else they've been talking about so far, and Modern Warfare 4 could genuinely be an amazing game, but all of that remains to be seen. As it sits right now, the marketing has been good. Admittedly, they're saying a lot of the right things. They have a very good PR team, apparently, but they're still rolling everything out incredibly slowly. The only true gameplay that we've seen is them running around a private match to show off how the new movement works. So I imagine more reveals are going to be coming over the weeks and months. And as always, I'll be here to guys every step of the way. But one final note before we wrap up this video here today is Infinity Ward has apparently doubled down on the idea of grounded skins being in the game, saying, quote, no Lady Gaga, no Omni-Man, no Teletubbies, and no SpongeBob. Keep the receipts. In Infinity Ward, you don't have to worry about that whatsoever, man, because the Call of Duty community, we always do. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys all enjoyed
There's nothing else, bro.
Leave your thoughts and feedback on Modern Warfare 4 so far down in the comments. Be sure to sub and share with me around here. Thank you all so much for listening. Until next time, I hope you guys all have a wonderful day.
Yeah. More so. Can't mess up that.
Maximum pulse! Extermination! Thank you very much. Apparently Gambit does fold. Rise and fall.
Get that feet moving again! Only 60 seconds left.
Are gone. Thanks.
Down to 30 seconds.
World Tree, the moon haunts you. Us against the world. Needed that, thanks.
This team sucks, man.
Final 10 seconds. Keep fighting until we have a winner.
A gift from Khonshu. Apparently Gambit does
What are these teams up now?
Score is 0-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
What's wrong?
Coming at you!
I'm gonna punish him. My mom says I can't leave the port.
Yo, nah, my nigga, Game 7, OKC TikTok versus the Spurs. First possession might go Wembanyama, going straight to the banky. But hold on, yo, chill out. Ain't no stop sign around here, nigga. We going straight to the goal. Boom. telling you right here, right now.
Let's start just hopping on the Widow. Second big fucking play.
Wembanyama opened up with so much energy. However, it wasn't just
What the fuck is they
the
doing?
whole Spurs team. Who Castle feeling like? Yo, I'm not gonna lie, this game was so insane in the first quarter.
Getting trolled.
Give credit to the OKC TikTokers when McCain's not shaking his hips, man. The final ball's TikToker, by the way. He low-key can shoot some threes. Yo, nah, the first quarter was a big sign that this game was gonna be generational. In the second quarter, they went blow for blow, literally. Caruso, you can't do that, my nigga.
So if they get right here easily, I'm switching the fucking.
Yo, I don't know anymore about this guy. But when he was playing with LeBron James, he was one of my favorite build guys. I'm very confused. Oh, wait. I'm not gonna lie. SGA had a really, really good quarter right here, right now. Overall, the OKC TikTokers look really good. I thought they were gonna blow away with the game once again. Wemby and the Spurs somehow took a lead at halftime. Once again, Wemby went straight to the bank. Yo, this right here was. Yo, in the third quarter, the Spurs gave a little bit of separation to the OKC TikTokers. When I saw Wemby give Bismack the British Parliament nigga hug, I knew the OKC TikTokers might just be in trouble. Yo, the Spurs offense, their defense, their relentless efforts. That's all it takes. You can tell they wanted this more than anything in the world. Really showed me that, unfortunately, for my Pistons throughout the future for this league, we might not win a championship. How do we beat this team? I am very concerned, man. Fourth quarter, the Spurs do it. The Spurs are headed to the finals. Wembanyama, year 3 to the finals. Zesty Thanos goes down in 7 right here, right now. It's almost like the Pistons.
Weak as fuck.
I am so happy.
Weak as fuck.
I'm telling you,
Weak as fuck. Weak as fuck. Weak as fuck. Weak as fuck.
Next season makes the finals. I can't believe it, man. The Spurs really made the finals before GTA 6 win. Wow. I am so surprised. I can't believe they took down the OKC TikTokers for real.
This is. So I just finished playing the open beta for NBA Run for 4 hours. I won 7 championships with a team, and for the single player championships, I won 4. I played it for 4 hours. Now look, I'm telling you, this is gonna be the best review because I understand games more than anyone. I'm a super IQ Grandmaster Sensei God. So be sure to watch this full video. I'm gonna talk about all its issues, the potential, if you should get it, if you wasting your money, all this and that, everything they should fix. I'ma flame everything, talk about all the positives and negatives, all that, okay? Best review video. Y'all be sure to subscribe, like the goddamn video, show love to
This is what we do it for. This is what we do it for. The parody era continues. Just like the moon. New champion in a few weeks, man. Wow, wow, wow. All we wanted was a great Game 7. That's exactly what we got. We got a couple blowouts throughout the course of this series to get here, but Game 7 was everything you could have imagined. The emotion I am seeing on my screen right now from this Spurs team, my goodness. What a game. What a season for the Spurs. We're going to talk about all of that. I'm going to Game 1 of the finals, which is crazy to say aloud. I'm going to San Antonio. It was weird to watch this game, not knowing exactly what city I was going to be boarding the flight to, but now we know. It's San Antonio. And speaking of going to the games, let me pay some bills. This video is brought to you by SeatGeek. Hit the link in the description. Use code KFR10 for 10% off your purchase of tickets. SeatGeek take tickets from all over the internet, put them in one central location for you, whether it be sporting events, comedy, Broadway, festivals, concerts. If you need tickets, check out SeatGeek first. Let me show you how it works. I'm gonna load up the SeatGeek app and see the trending events. Let's say I want to see the White Sox versus the Cubs Game 2 of the series. Yeah, we lost Game 1, but we'll be back. We'll be back. I'm on 2 tickets. You're gonna see the venue with a bunch of dots. You're gonna get a better deal. I like to stay sorted by deal score. These are the 10 out of 10 deals for the placement. So for example, right here, section 5, 27, 2 tickets, 10 out of 10 deal. You can see the entire field and the amenity. I'll see. I like that. We're just a couple more clicks. I was able to get the tickets to hopefully see the Chicago White Sox beat up on the club anytime will tell. Thank you again to CP for sponsoring this video. Hit the link in the description. Use code KFR10 to get that 10% off. Before we talk about the greatness of the San Antonio Spurs and how monumental it is for this team that is this young with almost no playoff experience to make it to the finals, before we talk about all of that, let's talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder just for a few minutes. A super unfortunate outcome for them. You finally get the Shai offensive game where he looked like the normal version of himself. Some of the shots he was making and taking was just extremely difficult, but he looked like, you know, one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world again tonight. It's just unfortunate we got down the stretch, right? And this goes to like the entirety of what the Victor Wembanyama experience is when you're going against them, where OKC needs a few baskets and Shai is breaking down his first line of defense, and instead of trying to go and contest against Wemby at the basket, it's like kick out to Cameron Williams, who has to swing it to here, who finds Lou Dort. It just like, again, showcases the magnitude of what Wembanyama is defensively, even if you end the game with, I don't know, how many blocks did he have today? You end the game with 1 block, 1 steal. My goodness, imagine Boxco watching this game and be like, oh, what type of performance did Victor Wembanyama? An amazing one, because of the amount of shots he just deterred from going up. So shout out to Victor Wembanyama. Shai had his game. Nobody else came along for the ride except for Casey Wallace in that fourth quarter. Really got them going in this one. Caruso tried to do everything, even tried to poke it a few times. And early in the game, Jeremy McCain gave them a boost that they needed. I was just so surprised that we started off this game from OKC side with the starting unit that they did. They throw Jeremy McCain to the bench. Sure, it was cool to have Jeremy McCain come in, but Lou Dort has provided almost nothing this entire series. This is not even a series where his defense is able to really jump off the page, because the type of defender or the type of offensive players that he does a great job defending, the Spurs don't even have many of them. So I was really anticipating it, that Lou Dort was not gonna start in this game, or maybe not even play at all. He hit the one big shot in the second quarter, but that's kind of it. In every single game throughout this series, if there's anything Mark Dayton to take away from his goddamn game from their perspective, every single game in the series, it felt like you started off the game down by 10, down by 15, and you're playing catch up. Many times in this game, OKC takes the momentum. I think they had the lead at one point in the second quarter, but you play catch up all game long is gonna come back to bite you. And they did. You had many stretches of brilliance from Shai and from other people on the team, but that starting unit just sold every single time. And he knew that too, because we get into the second half, and then now it's Jay Will starting the second half. It's also Jay Will starting the second half, and then Casey starting the second half too. So he knew that starting unit wasn't it, and I knew the starting unit wasn't it before it even tipped off. Another game where you start off like that, and you can't look at game 3 and say we can do this every single time, down by 15 points in the first quarter. You can't, like, this is a really good team, a great team, but you can't do that. This was another one of them games where you definitely felt the fact that you weren't completely open. Right? Finally get the shake. All you needed was some more pressure alleviated, and that could have been Dub, that could have been AJ Mitchell. So they shouldn't hang their head too much. Like, I mean, you lost the series, right? You lost the series to a really spectacular Spurs team you're going to have to see again next season. But they shouldn't hang their head too much, because they were right there in the series without Shai's second and third most important offensive player. I've never been more disappointed in a player that wasn't one of my favorite players tonight, even Chet Holmgren. Just straight up. Like, Chet is not one of the guys. You know, I respect him defensively. He's one of the best defensive players in the world. Even later in this game, down the stretch, he had a big-time block that turned into, I think, 0 points for him. But the entirety of the series, for him to shy away from the moment, this game was more glaring than any of the other ones. Again, all the other 6 games, he wasn't very good offensively either. But this game, the amount of times he caught the ball and didn't look at the basket, the one time he decided to dribble, he fell on his ass and turned the ball over. It was one possession where Jay Will, and this is the fourth quarter, mind you, where Jay Will has the ball on the left wing, and the time is expiring, and instead of making himself available for a pass, Chet Holmgren sits in the paint being guarded by Wemby. And that makes Jay Will have to pull up and take a long mid-range jump shot. He feared, he was an All-NBA player this season, and he did nothing offensively all game. They mentioned on the broadcast many times, he got 0 shot attempts, 0 shot attempts in the second half. It's not even just the shot attempts, it's the lack of trying to do anything offensively for you to be impactful. Hell, if you're not going to hit your shots, whatever, shoot them. Bro, there's no world where Lou Dort should be. Matter of fact, I'm going to do this real quick. My head's together. out of the 7 games, I would guess Lou Dort took more shots than Chet in 6 of them. There should not be a world where Lou Dort could be able to take 9 3-pointers in the game in game, what was that, game 5 or whatever, and for Chet to have 2. And then today, not a single, they're guarding him with wings. And I know that he's not the type of body to go bang down low. I'm not expecting him to get a post touch. But my goodness, take a shot. Take a shot. He's too talented. He has too much talent for this to be his production in the closeout game. And don't even get me started on the amount of offensive rebounds that the Spurs got in that second half. If there's anything to boil this game down to, it's the amount of second chance opportunities that the Spurs got just because there was nobody crashing defensive glass for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Some of those minutes is just Chet. Some of those minutes is him and Jay-Z. Regardless, everybody is at fault on that aspect. Because them boys, whether it be Casey Wallace, whether it be Dylan Harper, whether it be Keldon Johnson, them guys crashing offensive glass and got extra opportunities. Y'all just let it happen. Y'all just let it happen. Bro, like, the Chet thing is scary. The Chet thing is really, really scary. The best tweet maybe of all of the season is that tweet that Don put together after game 1. That basically saying that Chet just won a hoop, but instead he got to deal with whatever the hell vendetta Victor Wembanyama has against him. Maybe the best tweet of the entirety of the season. But it's not even just that. Even in the Chet minutes where there's no Wemby, there's nothing happened. He had one good offensive quarter out of 7 times 4 equals 28 quarters. We got 1. Is that good math? I don't know. You got 1. And all OKC needed was just one more person to come along for the ride offensively. And Chet did it. He was averaging like 9.5 points going into this game. Damn it, he scored 4 in this one. So what that number look like now?
Round 2.
My goodness.
Open
Cambridge Williams played
is
4
not to be
minutes.
owned,
4.
but to be felt.
4 minutes, 20 seconds. 4 minutes. Chet played 33. Cambridge Williams had more shot attempts than Chet Holmgren. And I'm not trying to hear that, oh, so-and-so players got to get him in a better opportunity. Fuck that. You're an all-NBA player in a matchup where your other all-NBA player, one of your other all-NBA players is out with an injury, and your other guy that can score is out with injury. Have some pride out there, man. Defensively, we know what you can do. He got dunked on to start the game. That didn't deter him defensively. He challenged every shot that came to the basket. Respectable. I just don't know how you can have that level of confidence on one side and not the other, especially because the other side of the ball, he's not bad at. He's not a bad offensive player. If he was Rudy Gobert offensively, then yeah, I'm okay with you taking 2 shots in the game. But he's not. He's so much. I'm so disappointed in Chet. Again, as a neutral. So disappointed. So disappointed. But now let's talk about the same thing.
Why don't you just go through that?
Again, we talked about the offensive rebounding and how important that was in this to crash the glass, get the extra opportunities, and really made it so that the Thunder's player, they were really tired down the stretch. The amount of times he showed Chase straight.
It just feels like nobody's with me.
Like really breathing very hard. Like he was very tired of it. Julian Champagne had the stretch, I think, at the start of the 3rd quarter.
Literally no way I could just push through all that.
8-0 run, I think it turned into 11-2 run. Something that might get lost to history, that shouldn't get lost to history. He was phenomenal today. Right? Keldon Johnson, 2 big threes on back-to-back possessions. Phenomenal. And Keldon Johnson has been a guy I'm looking at all season long. I really have big, great Keldon Johnson moments. You got him today. Dylan Harper is a goddamn rookie. He's a rookie, y'all. I just can't believe that this team was able to do. I mentioned on some of the other shows that I was pretty late to the party that came. Once they won on Christmas, that was the moment I said to myself, oh snap, this team could actually do it. But even with thinking that, there was a part of me in the back of my brain that said they need their stars, they need their stars, they need their stars. They need to lose in the playoffs before they ultimately can make that jump. Just because that's what history says. But between what Wembanyama has done, between the Thunder did last season, as far as being the youngest team, I'm kind of getting rid of that history part of my brain because we just keep seeing new stuff happen, new things that have never happened before are continuing to happen every single season of our league. And the Spurs is just the newest example of that. Wembanyama started off a part of this game. I don't use the word tenant, but there have been times throughout the series where he looked very indecisive. Indecisive is the best word I describe it. And then there's parts in this game like, yeah, there he is. There he is. And if he's gonna have Kel to hit those shots, Dylan Harper's three-pointer, in my mind, was the dagger. I know that the Thunder had a couple more baskets after that, but his pull-up three-point shot that ended up being, what, 27, 28 feet behind the line, that was the moment. I was like, oh, that's it. That's Kurtz, right? Another great defensive plan, because even though Shea had a good offensive game, I truly do believe that they guarded him very well tonight. He just happened to make shots like one of the best players in the world.
All right, what's going on, guys? It's Jeff. So Infinity Ward just ended up dropping this From the Ward episode 2 thing, and as you can see here, just straight gameplay of the game. Also, really quick, I want to thank everybody for all the love and support on the last Modern Warfare 4 video that I did, just reacting to everything. Everybody's leaving their comments and thoughts on what they think about the game, and ultimately, everybody is pretty apprehensive. You know, some people are full-blown, I'm in, I don't give a fuck. For me, I'm always in on it, but, you know, it seems like, generally speaking, MW4's release and content and stuff like that out there, a lot of it underneath, I'm seeing jokes of Black Ops 7, and they're trying to pin it onto this game, but this game looks anything but BO7. At least, especially in terms of like the campaign and stuff, because the campaign was easily the most memeable thing, and the one thing about BO7, the multiplayer itself is actually not bad at all, whether people play it a lot or not. That is the truth. It is actually pretty good. But anyway, they dropped this video here. They got some gameplay clips in here, so
movement, definitely saw a big improvement.
Joe Seacott, and he's got the Direct Impact NoobTube shirt on. He knows exactly what he's doing, dude. Joe Seacott, this guy does not have the best reputation. I'm pretty sure he is the one that is notoriously known for that one interview where he was sitting down and talking with someone. They were like on a webcam or something doing an interview, and he basically said something along the lines of, they need to have like situations where the worst players are able to come away with kills and stuff like that, to at least be able to reward people that aren't very good at the game to some degree. And from like a person that's trying to sell the game, there's nothing wrong with what he's saying, right? Like, you want a game to be appealing to everybody, and you want to be able to have everybody be able to get their dopamine so they can come back and try to get some more. And if the new players are getting slammed from the very beginning, they're probably not going to get much of a good feeling out of this at all, and they'll probably quit. So like, from their point of view and their approach, they made the footsteps the way that they are, the sprint out times and things like that. They made it that way so players that are sitting still likely have like a much higher advantage, even more than usual, so they're able to get more kills, which ultimately, again, you can play around this whole thing, but you can feel that design throughout the entire game, depending on, you know, how effective it is overall and how the maps are and stuff. It's a whole cocktail of a whole bunch of different things that come together, and ultimately you can feel the effects of all of them and see what you have at the end. Like, this shit is not easy. Like, by no means do I think that I will be able to design the best Call of Duty ever or anything like that, because I have plenty of games that I think are not bad at all for multiplayer, and there are people that will vehemently react to me saying that. So I just know what I like. I do know what other people don't like. I know what I don't like. That's basically the roll of the dice every single year. We hope that all of the things coming together, the visual look, decisions on the movement, the map flow, mini map, red dots, all of that.
Where the fuck is the wheels?
Make like the overall experience, and one overstep in one area can have cascading effects on the rest of it. So let's take a look here. Let's look at the gameplay. That's what this is really about. Joe Seacott doesn't have the best, you know, reputation, but it is what it is.
They felt more unrestricted.
We got Tac Sprint. We knew Tac Sprint was in the game. We got the little slide right there. So obviously, I mean, it's pretty blurry when we're trying to pause it here. Holy shit. The immediate reaction from people like looking at this gameplay was, wait, holy shit, this is way faster than I thought. Look how quick the mantle is. Drops down off of the side of it. This little slide right there is definitely not the fastest, but it looks like the same animation to me anyway. The other Call of Duties, whenever you slide and you don't cancel at all, and you let the whole thing play out, it doesn't seem that bad. Is there a single still shot in here that actually looks not like a blurry mess? Hold on, frame by frame. Get that good shot. I mean, this is one of the clearest shots. And I mean, look at this. I mean, this seems like it's obviously maybe they're recording it from a different screen. You can see this like weird effect right here. I don't know if they're recording it from like a camera to a screen, or if this is like some weird visual thing going on. But even right here, you can see like there's a lot of blurriness and stuff. This is like what console gameplay looks like a lot of the time. Obviously, they also have motion blur on and whatever, so they slide. We don't see them cancel it or anything.
More than half of the mission area. Keep going.
New movement tech. Yeah, see right here, this is one of the first gameplay things that came out along with that other one where the guy was mantling.
Mantle in the slide, get on top of cars, or even
slides over. Okay, see that looks good. Whenever he goes and slides over the hood like this, you can slide over the cars while you shoot. Foot is out there to mantle it visually quick. I mean, visually the map looks really good too. Nice and bright. And in terms of like the way that everything looks, if this was a Modern Warfare 2019 map, this would have been a window here. There would have been another window underneath of it. One of these would have been broken open with a tiny little hole for somebody to look through and shoot you. Who knows how the head glitches are going to be, or if snaking is a thing, any of that kind of tech. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the pole climbing gameplay. Yeah, I saw people talking about this. My initial reaction when they said you can climb up poles, I was like, you mean like street lights? But no, it seems more kind of like this, where instead of there just being weird, randomly placed ladders on the side of buildings, which is not really the case. You walk up to any building. There's not usually ladders attached to every single building or something, so
It didn't make any sense that they backed up.
whatever you want to call it. And also this ledge hang thing right here. I'm not a big fan of the ledge hang at all. I kind of wish that it's either my character is going to make it over or they're not going to make it over. Maybe I can choose to do a slower mantle versus a faster mantle, but I don't really understand the point of like staying on the ledge. But it does look obviously much faster than how MW2's was, because boom, immediately up right there, right? In MW2, your character would land on it, would sit in the animation itself, and then you would get the prompt to be able to mantle afterwards. This seems like it's like one fluid motion. You know, these guys here, I don't know if I recall seeing these guys. I don't know their names, my fault. But this guy in particular seems like he actually plays the game. I could be wrong. I don't know. Hey,
put some things away, some freedom. People, oh man, I can't do this. It's still good. The movie's terrible. So for this project, we were like, we need to make
slide
We set off to make unrestricted movement at the beginning of this game.
I wonder what their thoughts are now, looking back at MW2 and what they did on there. They were like, yeah, that shit just didn't work, which is something that we don't usually see from Infinity Ward. They'll spend their time communicating at the beginning of the year and stuff, just like they're doing right now. There is a bit more transparency here. It is different. I'm not going to sit there and bite on that and say that that like means that they're going to listen the entire year, because as soon as things get negative enough, basically the devs completely disengage with it, which, I mean, all of this energy tends to disappear if there is a genuine issue with the game that for whatever reason they're not going to change. They go really, really quiet on that front. I'm also still really curious what they're going to be doing with the skill-based matchmaking, or if they're even going to talk about it at all. Or if they talk about it at all in this video, I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to just concentrate on the gameplay itself, because I am surprised that they're showing the multiplayer gameplay already without doing some sort of, I don't know, like presentation at Summer Game Fest or whatever. They are doing that, but that's usually where we would see the... Alright, what's going on, guys? It's Jeff, and one overstep in one area can have cascading effects on the rest of it. Well, let's take a look here. Let's look at the gameplay. That's what this is really about. Joe Seacott doesn't have the best, you know, reputation, but it is what it is.
They felt more unrestricted.
We got Tac Sprint. We knew Tac Sprint was in the game. We got the little slide right there, so obviously, I mean, it's pretty blurry when we're trying to pause it here. Holy shit. The immediate reaction from people, like, looking at this gameplay was, wait, holy shit, this is way faster than I thought. Look how quick the mantle is. Drops down off of the side of it. This little slide right there is definitely not the fastest, but it looks like the same animation to me anyway. The other Call of Duty, whenever you slide and you don't cancel at all, you let the whole thing play out. That doesn't seem that bad. There is a single still shot in here that actually looks not like a blurry episode of frame by frame. We get a good shot. I mean, this is one of the clearest shots. And I mean, look at this. I mean, this seems like it's obviously maybe they're recording from a different screen. You see this like weird effect right here. I don't know if they're recording it from like a camera to a screen, or if this is like some weird visual thing going on. But even right here, you can see like
What are the hills for?
Stuff. This is like what console gameplay looks like a lot of the time. Obviously, they also have motion blur on and whatever. So they slide. We don't see them cancel it or anything.
People use arguments tech and like, you know,
Yeah, see right here, this is one of the first gameplay things that came out along with that other one where the guy was mantling.
Mantling the slide, get on top of cars, or even
slides over. Okay, see, that looks really cool. Whenever he goes and slides over the hood like this, you can slide over the cars while you shoot what is out there. The mantle is really, really quick. I mean, visually, the back is really good too. Nice and bright. And in terms of like the way that everything looks, if this was the Modern Warfare 2019 map, this would have been a window here. There would have been another window underneath of it. One of these would have been broken open with a tiny little hole for somebody to look through and shoot. Who knows how the head glitches are going to be, or if snaking is a thing, any of that kind of tech.
By the eye of
Oh, there it is. Yeah, the pole climbing gameplay. Yeah, I saw people talking about this. My initial reaction when they said we can climb up poles, I was like, you mean like street lamps? But no, it seems more kind of like this, where instead of there just being weird, randomly placed ladders on the side of buildings, which is not normally the case if you walk up to any building, there's not usually ladders attached to every single building or something, so basically climb around, parkour, whatever you want to call it. And also, this ledge hang thing right here, I'm not a big fan of the ledge hang at all. I kind of wish that it's either my character is going to make it over or they're not going to make it over. Maybe I can choose to do a slower mantle versus a faster mantle, but I don't really understand the point of like staying on the ledge. It does look obviously much faster than how MW2's was, because boom, immediately up right there, right? MW2, your character would land on, would sit in the animation itself, and then you would get the jury able to mantle afterwards. This seems like it's like one fluid mode screen. You know, these guys here, I don't know if I recall seeing these guys. I don't know their names, but this guy in particular seems like he actually reads the game. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Some freedom. Man, I can't do this. It's still good. The movie's terrible. So for this project, we were like, we need to make
slide in the Alpine.
We set off to make unrestricted movement at the beginning of this game.
Unrestricted movement. I wonder what their thoughts are now, looking back at MW2 and what they did on there. They were like, yeah, that shit just didn't work, which is something that we don't usually see from Infinity Ward. They'll spend their time communicating at the beginning of the year and stuff, just like they're doing right now. There is a bit more transparency here. It is different. I'm not going to sit there and fight on that and say that that's like means that they're going to listen the entire year, because as soon as things get negative enough, basically the devs completely disengage with it, which, I mean, all of this energy tends to dissipate if there's a genuine issue with the game that, for whatever reason, they go really light on that front. I'm also still really curious what they're going to be doing with the skill-based matchmaking, or if they're even going to talk about it at all, or if they talk about it at all in this video. I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to just concentrate on the gameplay itself, because I am surprised that they're showing the multiplayer gameplay already without doing some sort of, I don't know, like presentation at Summer Game Fest or whatever. They are doing that, but that's usually where we would see the actual in-game shots of it. And they've shown like 3 or 4 different clips now of in-game shots of them doing a bunch of different stuff, explaining it.
And the ideas that started coming out of people like mantling into slide, the slide into supine, like those kinds of ideas. I love all that stuff because the game just feels good.
I'm still really curious if they're able to actually cancel that slide right there. It does fit for sure. Right, exactly. Yeah. MW2 did a horrible job at doing that. It's a sniper rifle? No. It looks like something with a scope on it, though. Is that a scope? This is a scope, but it looks like a scope on an LMG. Okay. I mean, you're probably having a horrible time with that, buddy, but alright. Let's see what Twitter is saying about it. Did he ghost shirt spotted? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've definitely noticed a couple ghost-esque things in the game. They just eliminate SGMM from public matches. I mean, I don't think they're going to eliminate it, but it seems like it's not going to be as strict, but will probably be more strict than BO7.
I think punch towards the
How many people are actually going to notice it? But OCCOT was looking for doors and safe spaces. Yeah, see, people are going to definitely meme about it. You can make a compilation of we are making the best shooters. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, people are pretty pessimistic, you know, cynical even. Versus movement, we got a bunch of replies. Rest assured, we also find a way to terrorize lobbies again. Smooth, tax sprint's not an issue. The ain't do nothing but step back. Tax sprint garbage. Looks like there's camera movement set to default 100 and some blurs on. Most people will turn all of these, what is it, like motion sickness accessibility.
Too much focus on the point.
Blur off, camera movement, the flashbang thing, most fluid movement we've ever made, and it's just MW19. I don't think that this looks exactly like MW19. Modern Warfare 2019, even though it was really responsive, slide itself was responsive, but it was really jank. Not to mention the way that the bunny hopping was in that game as well. I mean, I don't really mind the bunny hopping, but it kind of added on to how funky and stupid everything will be. Somebody that will straight up slide for 1 foot and then jump 6 times in place, take 2 steps and then slide again for 1 foot and then jump 6 times again. I don't know if this game will allow for something like that, but when I went back to MW19, the last time that I did it anyway, it did feel surprisingly clunky. It felt responsive, but it was clunky in the sense of, it felt like trying to put some blocks together that didn't quite fit together, but a block is a block. That's what the game feels like to me. I don't have any other way to describe that. Square fits in the square hole, but the square hole is slightly too large. The square is clacking around inside of the square hole. Holy shit, I'm in the middle of psychosis. What am I even talking about? Can't wait to play against a TTV Sweat does 47 flips, slides, and dives through a door frame just to shoot me in the back. Yeah, Looks pretty clean, but Tac Sprint still feels like it's holding the game hostage. Marketing hard this year. Looks a mix between MW3 and MW19. No joke, I know all the gameplay is out there, but this is my favorite thing that I got today. When I woke up and saw all of this, this is my favorite thing that I've seen today. The M4 has 66 levels. So it looks like a 4 kill streak is a UAV, maybe potentially a counter UAV, but probably UAV. Got like an artillery thing at 6 kills and then a chopper at 10 kills. So the overall rewards for kill streaks are still like not at the classic numbers like 3, 5, 7 or whatever. Way too easy for people to get. So naturally over the years it just moved up. We got some pictures of the perks here. Can't really tell what this is. This might be quick fix or maybe some sort of sprinting perk or something. It looks like a stopwatch. This kind of either looks like Ghost or Ninja potentially. Maybe even Cold-Blooded. I don't know. Maybe this is Cold-Blooded because it kind of looks like a snake. Maybe 66 levels on the M4 though. I really hope it doesn't take a really long time. I'm hearing that there's a mastery camo, obviously, but I'm also hearing that there's a mastery camo for their other mode, DMZ. That's probably the only way they'll get me to actually play DMZ if there is a mastery camo for that. But I still don't even know if that's true. So take it with a grain of salt. Anyway, let me know what you guys think later.
Get ready.
I saw your most recent invoice for supplies, Logan. I have concerns.
You want me out there?
Want me as a friend? Let's see how you like the Groypers as enemies then.
Okay.
And if you see Sneeko in New York, I want you to tell him on my behalf, tell him, fuck you, fucking brown clown.
There it
It's
is.
over. Forget it. That's
Freaking go. Let's freaking go. Yo, let's freaking go.
This is how you always were in his eyes. You were always a dancing monkey. You were a brown clown. You were a useful idiot.
A gift from
And you were a token. And you have been spent.
Hey, check this place out. Love battlefield medicine.
This is exactly the question I would be
I didn't know everybody's gonna be up top. I didn't know the whole fucking team was just gonna stand up top. He's right. What the fuck was that?
He's been on his knees glazing this guy, just completely sucking him off every chance he can get. It doesn't matter how many times he talked shit about Islam. It doesn't matter how many times he mocked him and made fun of him. It doesn't matter. Sneeko he always tried to shoot him down. He always just was constantly seeking his validation. And now Nick Fuentes is completely, in a very humiliating way, just said fuck this guy, and then said decided all of his fans, the Groypers, he said fuck this guy, he's a brown clown. He said fuck you, and then he went fully racist against him. All of that jumping up and down and all of that. Oh, he's not really racist. Oh, people, why do they care about words? Da da da. Nick Fuentes isn't racist. See what he does when he's done with you, when he's ready to discard you. He calls you a brown clown. You don't see that in this clip here. So anyway, let's go ahead and check this out.
I see this clip today with Sneeko. What is this guy's fucking problem?
Okay.
Yesterday, Memorial Day weekend, he goes on stream,
right,
and he goes,
That's incredible.
Nick Fuentes needs to be more of a unifier. The way he treats people is really inconsistent. He trashes Candace, then he wants to do a stream. This guy needs to do this and...
GG's.
So I saw that clip, and I was like, you know what? No big deal. That's kind of like my new motto. It's like, don't get tilted, don't get mad. No big deal, right? I'm like, whatever. I'm on a boat, I'm hanging out with the niggas. I'm like, it's no big deal. Then today, fresh, Monday, I'm watching a clip from his stream. He goes, let's look at all the different Israel critical streamers. Who's going to unify the anti-Israel movement? Nick Fuentes, 10%. Dan Bilzerian, 35%. Me, 35%. I'm like, okay. You know what?
Yo, Nick Fuentes is so gay. And be afraid. Bro. Just the way how he talks, he's like, you know what? This nigga's so gay, bro. And that's fine. That's okay. I just wish he would come out and like live his truth. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck Sneeko. Fuck you. I have had it up to here with Sneeko. I have been tolerant. I have been far too nice.
Look at him.
I have been taken for a sucker. You don't want my friendship? You don't want me as a friend?
Right.
Let's see how you like me as an enemy. Okay, pal? I go out to New York. He doesn't want to do the collab. Then he takes a 30-minute call from Dan
Yes, fucking idiot, dumb bitch.
You're terrible guys. We know this. Sneeko, he's a snake. He's a liar. He's opportunistic. He monkey branches from influencer to influencer. He's constantly looking for a new father figure. It appears as if he's put in Dan Bilzerian. He's replaced Andrew Tate with Dan Bilzerian. Give the guy that Sneeko gravitates towards. They're all fucking con men and degenerates who ride this guy, Muslim guy, supposedly. And so, Sneeko is not perfectly innocent. I see why Nick Fuentes ultimately would like to call Sneeko, because he was doing some snake shit. But it's so funny where Nick Fuentes takes this, and it reveals how he truly sees Sneeko. Sneeko was supposed to be like a loyal dog, and now that he's done with him and he's discarded him, he's going to go full-blown racist and remind him that he's an inferior creature because of his brownness. Let's take a listen.
Shitting on me. He says, I'm sorry, that was the wrong thing to do. I say, okay, I'll let it slide. I still like the guy. And then it's just an unrelenting stream of sneak dissing. It's almost like it's in the name. Sneak dissing me. He's not a unifier. He treats people badly. He's not going to unify the movement. It's going to be this loudmouth fucking manly Jew that's going to lead the movement.
He's talking about Dan Bilzerian apparently.
Oh, okay.
It just goes to show when you've fallen off and you have nothing else, you become a red pill conservative. This is the bottom of the barrel. When you have nothing else, when your all is lost, you have no talent, you have no appeal, you have been marked by society as a degenerate, as a conman, and someone not to be trusted, as a bad person. That's really what it is. This is all bad people don't do it. Do you understand? When you're a bad person, this is what you do. You become conservative. All of this bullshit that you're saying. Right? Take a listen.
That's the way it's gonna be?
I've come back from
Iceman used to be a nice man. Now it's on site.
That's something you don't want.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
What does that say about Drake? Drake is so. There is a connection here. He's friendly with Aiden Ross. He's friendly with XQC. Right? Drake he's not a part of it. And that's why a guy like Nick Fuentes, he likes Drake.
Now it's on site. You don't want.
That's a Drake line, in case you didn't know.
Me as a friend, you don't want to collab? Oh, I'm just all about the drama? You know what? Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
Right.
You don't want me as a friend? Let's see how you like the Groypers as enemies then.
Okay.
And if you see Sneeko in New York, I want you to tell him on my behalf, tell him fuck you.
What is that?
There it is.
Forget it. That's
fucking brown clown. You see that? But here's what you need to understand. This is how you always do. You are always a dancing monkey. You're a brown clown. You're a useful idiot. And you're a token. And you have been spent. And so that's what you're used to. He didn't ever respect you. Now, again, to give Nick some credit,
thanks, Rocket.
Sneeko was doing Sneeko things. He was up to his little sneaky, underhanded, opportunistic bullshit. Okay, he's realized that he has extracted all that he can gain from his partnership with Nick Fuentes. His relationship is spent,
Jake.
and now he's on to the new shiny thing. So this is the first clip that Nick Fuentes was talking about, where Sneeko was making a list of potential streamers who have the ability to unite the right and the left against
I've got huge
Israel,
gaps in my
right?
intel when it
Israel
comes to
supremacy, or however he articulates it. This is the first thing that he did that started to get under Nick Fuentes' skin. Let's take a listen.
To bring the left, because that's the 2028 election, I'm telling you. You got Hassan. You got Nick. I'll put Dan on the list. You got Dan. Sneeko. You got Myron. Is there anybody else who should be on this? Like Israel critical streamers. So who has the most potential to do it? Let's analyze this. No bias. Hassan, absolutely not. He's just got the left, bro. It's just like I don't see a chance at the right wing being able to get him. I think it's about, okay, let's give him 5% chance of it.
Listen, nobody can neither right and left.
The moon haunts you.
Polarization in this country is only going to get worse from here on out. It's only going to get worse. What has happened is so in the past, the party
They're still flying?
Today,
What the fuck?
Republicans and Democrats, the Republican Party, the Democrat Party, used to have a lot of overlaps in terms of ideology. Now, it's possible for people on the right and people on the left to feel similarly about the same thing, right? In regards to, let's say, assisting Israel in regards to military aid and shit of that nature. It's possible, but there will be no unity, right? It's just not going to happen. That's not how this works. The right is about conservation of power. It's about preserving patriarchy. It's about preserving white supremacy. That is what the right is about. That's what republicanism is about. The left is about egalitarianism, right? The left is about spreading the wealth and spreading power amongst.
When the fuck did this guy become left wing?
These two will never work together. These two will never, like, they're not ever going to be on the same team.
Nick, there was many opportunities for him to try to unify the left and the right, post Charlie Kirk and that rhetoric, and you saw even what he tweeted today. He keeps talking a lot about left-right. I don't think I don't think the left likes him at all. I mean, he's clearly been against them. I see this as about.
You have to understand, Nick is disgusting. Everything about Nick Fuentes, the racism, misogyny, the religious extremism, all of that is disgusting and idiotic to people on the left. No one on the left is ever going to look at Nick and be like, that he's one of us. We're on the same team.
Maybe 10% chance that he can even get the left. Dan, much higher than the other two. I think Dan getting the left and the right together, he does use words that are provocative to them. They get offended by slurs and stuff. At 35%.
Like, Sneeko is so fucking stupid, bro. You're so.
I don't know why y'all not like behind us.
Right? If you think that there was even a chance. I've come back from far worse than that. There's not a chance.
Problem is, Tanks is just trying.
His misogynistic, racist bullshit. Nobody on the left is taking it seriously. Even if he says a correct thing from time to time about Israel.
Myron at getting the left and the right. I think lower than Nick and Hassan. There's no.
This is what you need to understand. The right must be destroyed.
Your powers are mine.
White supremacy and patriarchy must be completely done away with. It is barbaric. It is archaic. It's fucking stupid and unnecessary. It is the opposite of a meritocracy. It is literally just fucking preserving entitlement and privilege. Like, for instance, slavery. That was the conservative position. Let's keep this to black people. Let's keep your ancestors enslaved. That was the position, right? And eventually they, bent it. And this is what will happen with every position that conservatives hold that people on the left don't. The left is objectively the right. That's just how this is.
I don't see that. I'll put that at a 2%. Actually, let me just put this shit at 0%. Let me just put this at 0%. What do you guys think I'm at? Getting the left, I think it's probably about the same as Dan. Like, probably about the same as Dan, dude. I'm also gonna say, like, right now, I would also say 35. To be honest.
Listen, nobody who's on the left would even for a second look at you with some kind of thought or good joke. But anyway, this was the initial clip, right, that upset Nick Fuentes because he's essentially saying that Dan Bilzerian and himself even have a better chance at unifying leftists and people on the right on the topic of Israel. Here's why I think Nick finds it offensive. Though we cannot be unified, like, as if we're on the same team, right? We would never say that we're flying under the same banner. In regards to explaining the dynamics at work in regards to Israel and the Middle East and American politics, and Nick Fuentes is the best suited at explaining that, and Hassan as well. Like, they are the most knowledgeable, I believe, in regards to these things, and I would say they're the best at speaking, Nick and Hassan. And so Nick is offended because essentially it's a slight at his expertise and his intelligence. That's why I think Nick was most. I don't think Nick cares like he has some kind of dream of unifying the left and the right, because Nick understands that this is a ridiculous like idea that only a dumb person who doesn't know much about politics would ever even think that is possible. He understands this. This is why Nick Fuentes is successful and you are not, or at least in the realm of politics. This is why Nick Fuentes is seen as a threat. This is why he is seen as a powerful force, whereas you are seen as a joke. These basic principles you don't get. I just want to show you the principle here, why Nick Fuentes perceived Sneako as a traitor, because he is a traitor. He's a snake. He's opportunistic, and there's no loyalty in this guy. That's the thing. Sneako is a very disloyal person. It's so humiliating to be a Sneako fan, I would say. If you're going to be on the wrong side of things, at least have certain things about your character. You know what I'm saying? At least be loyal to the people who side with you, who you consider your friends. At least, like, just be a fucking man. You know what I'm saying? That's a problem with Sneako. But anyway, check this out. This guy, Dan Bilzerian, he and Nick Fuentes, they have beef, right? Sneako is supposed to be Nick Fuentes' friend. Dan Bilzerian comes on Sneako's screen and for 35 minutes is just insulting Nick Fuentes.
Reality is but
the entire time he's just like dragging Nick Fuentes through the mud, and Sneako just sits there and lets it happen. Listen.
I may be cute. Focus on making money on their fucking Twitch stream and doesn't want to actually get their hands dirty or try something, or they're scared to fail. Then nothing's gonna fucking happen.
5, 4, 3.
Okay. I mean,
2,
I don't see that.
All you need to do is capture
Yeah,
the
I get your
mission
perspective. I
area.
understand where you're coming from.
I mean, buddy, like, you know, we're not just gonna like fucking, you know, clap our hands and get a fucking perfect congressional fucking candidate tomorrow. Like,
You're still gonna hold the same view, but you might change your perspective a little bit on others.
I am here to nice. Yeah, I mean, I'll watch it. Like, close off the idea, but it's not gonna change what he said about Charlie Kirk. It's not gonna change what he said about Epstein. It's not gonna change the fact that he's selling fucking Epstein merch. It's not gonna change the fact that he's, you know, throwing out the term low IQ anti-Semite and trying to like, suppress the conversation about Jewish supremacy. It's not gonna change it.
Notice the zero pushback. Dan Bilzerian again is just using this platform, using Sneako's platform, a platform he's doing this political space by associating himself with Nick Fuentes. He's now allowing one of his enemies to come onto his platform and just like machine gun all of these things, which I'm sure if Nick were to address these things, he would, you know, provide the context, the nuance. It's wrong. Nick Fuentes is just wrong. He's on the wrong side of it. But I'm just saying, look at this again from the perspective of you're supposed to be. That's all.
So, you know, maybe he has a conversation and gave him a bunch of fucking shit and publicly embarrassed him about it. So maybe he did, but like,
if Sneako actually wanted unity between Dan Bilzerian and Nick Fuentes, he wouldn't be having this conversation. That's the point. He's making content out of it. He's allowing his friend to be disrespectful for the sake of things. There's no genuine I want to meet things with. He would do it off stream. And so if you're going to do it on stream, if Nick is really your friend, either push back or say, hey man, listen.
Fucking stop.
I didn't bring you on here to insult my friend. If you're going to continue to attack Nick's character when he's not here to
Fuck.
defend himself.
No help.
I'm gonna have to end this conversation. That's what a real
Dumb bitch.
But that's the thing. Snake, he's opportunistic. He's trying to distance himself from Nick Fuentes. And now, I guess, gravitate towards Dan Bilzerian. Listen, Dan Bilzerian, he is also a fucking comedy. Wandered a fucking his Ignite is in the gutter, filing for bankruptcy, all kinds of bullshit, right? Is surrounding this guy. Listen, man, a bad tree can't bear good fruit. Nothing good will come from it. It's so he doesn't even know how to pick.
By the eye of I don't want to do that on.
Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that on. And literally calling an unseen assist. You know the F stuff.
Well, it's not that I'm sticking up, but I just see that as a waste to do. It's not even sticking up. I see it as a waste to do.
See, he lets that slide. It's too bad Nick Fuentes doesn't stick up for you. Look, I've never seen Nick Fuentes betray Sneeko. I've seen him disrespect Sneeko, but that's a completely different thing, right? You can not betray somebody whilst also not having respect for them, having much respect for them. He mocks Sneeko, he insults Sneeko, but that's because he doesn't respect Sneeko, and Sneeko doesn't respect himself in their relationship. And so, it's okay, it's fine. But he's never thrown him under the bus. You get what I'm saying? Right now, Sneeko is throwing Nick Fuentes under the bus. Really disgusting. But ultimately, Nick Fuentes and Sneeko, they deserve one another. You know, they are like a little fucking just young and restless couple, constantly bickering and making up and getting back together. And so they're made for one another, right? Sneeko deserves a friend that doesn't respect him because he doesn't respect himself. And Nick Fuentes deserves a terrible, like, disloyal person as one of his closest friends because he's a horrible person. So, truly, they are the yin to each other's yang. They are made for each other. But let's just close on this. Hear what Nick Fuentes has to say when one of his fans, his Roiper fans, suggests maybe committing a little bit of violence against Sneeko.
Not a big fan of Sneeko. Sent $20. Thoughts on hitting Sneeko with a big shovel?
No violence. You know me, no violence. No, I want to make that clear. Look, we just want Sneeko to know we're not happy. I don't want him to be hurt or anything like that. I still care for his well-being, even though, you know, he doesn't.
It's just like slave masters would whip their slaves and say all kinds of terrible, horrible things about them, but then go back to them and say, by the eye of Agamotto, right? I just want you to start acting. You're not behaving properly. You know, it hurts me. Okay? And so that's essentially what Nick Fuentes is saying.
You know, he thinks I should just go and die or whatever, but no, but we just want him to know that we're not happy.
Young Cobbler 978 cents.
Yeah, this shit's fucking clusterfuck shit stuff.
Just fucking kiss and get it over with. But okay, guys, so that's the situation. Is this bridge permanently burnt? That's the most humiliating thing I think about it, is that I can still see after everything that Nick said about Sneeko, the insults, which has been going on forever. After after all of this, I can still see.
It does say the yes. It fucking sucks. Go back to the movie.
It's just it's all very disgusting. It's all humiliating. But you guys let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.
Ionic magic.
I think their dyno's disconnected.
An unseen assist. Magneto.
Call back Charlotte. Might as well.
There is no time to be subtle. Attack.
Hey, team! Enjoy the
Let's get go! By the eye of Agamotto! Power beyond sight! Enemy in front of us!
I don't think it's working, especially with this fucking Star-Lord running around in our back line. Don't do it. Back. Push the first bar.
2.
I think we can hold from there.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
That nigga sucks.
The right heroes can make all the difference.
Reality is but an illusion.
That guy loses to a guy who's like, let's cover up the Epstein files.
Yep.
Let's not prosecute pedophiles.
Right.
Let's go to war with your kids.
Don't you see that what you want doesn't fucking matter? Okay? Doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter if you're Republican. It doesn't matter if you're... Listen, what you want doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what the billionaires want. Right?
Even
You
the
understand
astral
this.
realms are torn apart by the time stream entanglement. I like your optimism.
So Tim Dillon just recorded one of the best podcasts that he's done in quite some time. He goes on two hilarious and very cutting rants attacking the Trump administration, attacking the billionaires. And look, we all understand that Tim Dillon, being closely associated with
This guy's retarded.
a part of the Rogan sphere, I suppose you could say, he was a part of the 2024 Trump agenda. He was, pro-MAGA, all of that. So unlike Joe Rogan, he is one of the few people, although it's a growing list, he's one of the few people who has acknowledged that the MAGA experiment has failed. And even worse than that, Donald Trump, the Trump administration, and MAGA are currently and actively destroying the country. Right? And Tim Dillon, being a comedian, he does it UFC is going to come back to the census, seemingly. I don't know. We'll see. In 2028, you know, is he going to go full-blown supporting the Democratic candidate? Or is he going to back the next Republican guy and say, oh, well, this guy, he's going to get it right this time? We'll see. But nonetheless, let's first tune in to this rant he gives about Thomas Massie. Now, in case you don't know who Thomas Massie is, let me give you a quick little background. So this is Thomas Massie. He's a congressman in the House of Representatives. He's been a congressman since 2012, where he represented the 4th district of in the state of Kentucky, right? So he's been the congressman since 2012. He was recently defeated in what is being described as one of the most expensive primary Republican primary campaigns in American history, not just in the state of Kentucky, but in all of America's history. The Trump regime desperately wanted to get this guy out of power. Desperately wanted him to lose. And so they backed a new guy, a new face. Nobody knew who this guy was until like 5 minutes ago. He backed this new guy. I think his name is Ed Gillian, if I'm not mistaken, right? Ex-Navy SEAL, but completely comes out of nowhere. And Trump completely endorses him. He hates Thomas Massie, and they hate Thomas Massie for all the wrong reasons, right? Thomas Massie, he's
anti-Israel
lobbyist, or he hates how much influence pro-Israel lobbies have over American government. He's against sending military aid to Israel. He was against the One Big Beautiful Bill, which was, of course, the MAGA budget proposal that was brought forward last year that sought to absolutely gut American safety nets and cut taxes for the wealthy. Thomas Massie opposed it because he could see that it was going to raise the national debt. And he's an engineer by trade, so he's an intelligent person, highly educated, and has been very consistent for a while. And so Trump has hated this guy for quite some time, and his hate for him only grew as he continued to vocalize his disdain for, you know, all of the Israel-Iran bullshit. He completely despises Bibi Netanyahu. And so this guy, though we obviously would disagree on many other political topics, right? He's not pro-welfare, increasing spending on things like education, at least not to the extent that we would want, of course. He's a fiscally conservative libertarian. So, but, you know, as far as Republicans go, as far as conservatives go, he's one of the most reasonable. Clearly, based on his positions, right? He's definitely one of the most reasonable. But anyway, so that's the story. He loses in this recent Republican primary, to this new guy, Ed Gallagher, actually, that's this guy's name. Old fucking geezer.
Good job, everyone.
Right? Yeah, that's exactly what we need. More boomers in positions of power. Yeah, let's get out the fucking mature engineer and install a boomer that is ex-military. That's definitely not going to work against American interests. I mean, let's take a look at all the fucking boomers in power and how they're operating, at least when they're Republican, right? It's terrible. So let's check out Tim Dillon's rant where he completely, you know, exposes the fact that we are a nation that is owned by billionaires.
What the fuck?
You know,
I was wondering, what the fuck?
R.I.P.
What's he
Thomas
playing?
Massie, man who never came on this show.
I'm just listening to
Many times to come on this show. I am not saying that's the reason he lost. Obviously, I think it's more than Miriam Adelson spending $32 million. However, would it have hurt to come on the show? Because Ro Khanna, that guy, kept trying to get on the show.
Now, Miriam Adelson, she is one of the largest pro-Israel.
See what happens. Jimmy Kimmel, they don't want that smoke. Kevin Hart don't want that smoke. Kevin Hart. What you be is, they feel the same thing about me. Too lean, too small, soft. Yeah. Too sweet. Shake it up. Take out the structures. Oh, you take out the liabilities. Say, everybody. To be able to sell out another shit again. So, it's show them. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. Reaction. Some of these tastes, I'm concerned about my community and how they feel about me. And the education stage.
Material ain't gonna be entertainment. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I'm getting that 18 joules. I could be good at that. I could be good at tells a lot. Say about Kevin Hart, you tell me. The situation now is good. Kevin Hart is willing to be in proximity to the whiteness. Kevin Hart wants to be set. Kevin Hart is willing to sell out. To protect black people, to be a strong black voice in the league. Kevin Hart was the most famous person in that room in terms of their games. Kevin Hart was the most powerful voice in that room. White supremacist. To make the white supremacist speech on and Kevin Hart should be it's just shameful. Let me know in the comment section what you guys think about this. And for those Kevin Hart, police not just confirm this no jumper. This is probably you guys just no jumper on speed right exhibition screen. So yeah, like oh boy. They walked into Oklahoma City, the Champions house, and they did year 3 for Wemby, year 2 for Castle, 1 for Dylan Harper, a year. I'm not going to go check, but I'm going to guess it's like 5 or 6 for Champagny. Did you play a Champagny? How many threes did the Spurs make this game where it looked like a possession was basically going nowhere? We were in late block. We tried something first, and then Champagny threes, Dylan Harper stepped back in SGA. He stepped up with Champagny had a 3 with Russ James. It wasn't even a 3, it was a little 2 over. So where it was another play of like it's late block, searching for something. Sometimes I'll be something for somebody with 2 of those huge Kelvin threes in the fourth. Other times it doesn't connect and we're going late block. They just made it crazy plays. They had a huge offensive rebounds and Castle and first offensive rebounds. They just did enough. I think they it's an SGA. Talk about shit. Fans at some point, but it was number 3. SGA in this one is might be just tackle the balls in a 1-man zone. He's loaded on one side of the floor and he's saying, we're not going to be over there. I'm not going to be. It becomes a skip pass, it becomes just a series of driving kicks. We're going to bet that people get the advantage of another touch. Make the case will make some might make them. It's not going to do anything. Trust that we can NBA. There was a couple of case threes with the free throw line held shitty tough shot. Case and 3 or McCain having his own little run there. He had to miss that transition 3 that was swamping like 2 minutes to go, whatever. Spurs and they locked him up. This game 7 that we ended up being a 7-8 point game, whatever it was, but the Spurs were 16. It was just so intense the entire time. That was awesome. And the flow of this game was just, it was something where it's open up. That's how we got really good ones, and those are just gone.
really rough for the Thunder. Check that out. Series. I'm like, he's searching for something, right? Kane, you got something there with like the fastest he got in the whole series here. Let's go to Chet, because we even saw like the game stadium Chet in that game. So, I mean, it's for that on return Chet. It was unbelievable. He was so just nervous. He was just such a threat for San Antonio. He's bad. He's like barely on the ball. He's hesitating versus women. It's like it's been a challenge if he falls over and just the game was completely lost. I mean, we're talking about offensive rebounds from Cancel, Herbert Lee. Herbert also had a huge defensive rebound versus Chet. And I want to say Wemby for a rebound, they probably should have gone. And Thunder had numbers, and then somebody makes a play. Just wrestles away with Chet. Gordon was also unbelievable. When Gordon went in there with like 5 minutes left, whatever, he left the game in 5 minutes. He stayed in like 7 minutes or like 6:40 something. Just gave Wemby like pretty much. And it's massive. I imagine most people were like, if this thing swings back to OKC, it's going to be in this. And then you turn over, then you go ahead with the defensive play of his life to get back on that. Dylan Harper scored. And man, I mean, every single game of this series, up in this game, right? For De'Aaron Fox, Doc show up, man. He also had some step back 3 in that fourth where it was another screen because they were doing that one where they were doing like some runs action in that fourth quarter to get something in the half court. And he just drills one on Caruso. I mean, as I'm taking notes of this game, which is a trip because I'm like constantly looking. I think sometimes whatever, no one cares. Got 4 shots by the Spurs versus WTF. Yeah, he's in this series. I mean, sometimes it's getting into something really quickly. Trying to remember Reeves basket, trying to play. He had like a series of face-ups where they have the fouling with the jumpers, where he plays before something happens. Not like I love that it's like either a face-up where you haven't really managed yet, or it's just a screen that's kind of sometimes hitting, sometimes not, but also Game 7 in the conference final versus a great defensive team, you gotta take what you can get. So when he draws 2 goals, it's not like all 3 of his threes were so, 2 of them were very tough ones. And then one of those had transition one where the Thunder were starting to get blinded backwards. And then second one, Shea was just making all of the mid-rangers that Spurs are daring to make. Right? Some of them were like dribbling and catching it in the spot, which is Castle, like on the left-hand side of the left and going into the medium. Some of them were just going at you and switch, screen, and really wouldn't be in the end.
They get grabbed.
Like Shea, 5 on 12 for 21 in that second quarter, especially really getting it. He did that stretch there where he was drawing goals for some jumpers. It was like the cell, like pretty much all there. And at this point, Shea drawing a foul anyway is going to cause so many people to get very mad. Also, if you're in the cell, his late shot, what's going on? It's not actually SJ's only guy who caused fouls on one fix. A lot of guys have done that for a long time. It really just came down to either the Thunder were going to turn the Spurs over, the Spurs were going to miss a couple of tough threes. They were doing that. And Chet was going to do something as a scorer. The Thunder were going to make it a really difficult race.
You niggas suck. I'm not John Ross.
That was it. It was Shea, 3-point shooting for our guys, and Chet. Please give us something. As Castle's pressuring Shea, and Wemby is loading up the ones out of the floor, and Shea also should be said. They had a stretch, like second, when Shea was making everything, and they started actually double teaming him at the top of the line, which they stopped doing, which I think was good because they killed him instead of just a couple games ago. And if they did force one turn, it's still saw extra guys because again, being on one side, also whenever Shea, sometimes when Shea would go to the side of the floor, that's when they would get it. Like sometimes come over and
because that's game ball
sometimes they're getting some easy stuff when we're moving on their little turn Shea. Extra possessions from that where they bring the ball out of Shea's hands. It's again really good kicks. It's a big thing in the series of deciding Shea top of the order, bring extra money. It's going to be he's inside, all that stuff. Just crazy, man. We have now, we got Dr. Chinsumo. He was so bad. I don't really have any more
Kill this bitch, idiots.
Yeah, yo, fuck me.
Could you niggas just not aim at her? Like, what the fuck is going on? Pathetic fuck. To get off naming like
because it's only going to get better. This first team's only going to get better. Now, first, they're going to legit today there on the next year. I think that they clearly are going to win this game. Like it was first did in this building, it's insanely impressive. So we have the next Spurs finals. And so they're playing a while since we got back to back final scripts for a team. It's tough to get there, man. So, first playoff series of these two teams, and we're something like that we see it over the next 10 years or whatever. First one goes to the Spurs, and AC, they now have to make Spurs are sure everybody else, but there's one team with a really tall guy and really tough guards, and Julian Champagne going game 6 playoffs on you. It obviously can beat you, so there you go. Next year, and besides any moves that OKC make, and they're not going to do a major shake-up of the roster. We know there were some money things that they got to look at long-term here. Chet and Jacob's max extensions kick in here. I know some people want to imagine a Giannis trade. I don't know. But really, they need Chet to be ready for this moment. Anyway, Spurs win. They're going to the finals, and that's it, guys. Despite people who want to maybe make or Justin's combo. I just don't see it happening. I think the Celtics are going to just try to have complementary pieces and bank on some internal improvement. And that is Jason Tatum is starting the season. So, looking at the free agent class, and it's not eight. There's not a lot of free agents in there. You can see in something from the Celtics. It's something something. It's the TPE or the LED. They use one of those things to the trade deadline and be like, all right, let's figure this out. So, let me ask you this. Does it make more sense to use the traded player exception and be carried level into the season because you could use that as a traded player exception? Or you just, if somebody's going to get $15 million, if you're going to say, let's just say Emory Simons, it's popular, $15 million. You just say, hey, you know what? Instead of giving him $15 million, let's figure out maybe it is a sign and trade in Chicago, and maybe Sam Hauser that way. Sam Hauser back. Help you a couple games, like you said. Still give him the mid-level or whatever, somewhere around that. You can carry the mid-level into the season because maybe there's a way, there's a different way to use it. Or just, am I overthinking this? You just give him the mid-level, take a traded player exception into the season to give yourself more flexibility. Yeah, it's really, this is where it's the trade line this summer. These are the scenarios that the front office is playing. Either Intel
These overdive ass. What's that many DPS?
It's the season.
Oh no, switched off.
I think you're to this world, right? You are first game. Here's the TPE. I'll give you one or the other. It's going to be you're hard captain first aid. It also means you do all the things you can do if you're not a first aid routine, which is survival. We might have the TPE available, and Players gets bought out maybe 20 million, and yeah, the TV, you can always use this play, but bigger sign created sitting on the TV, which is like a taxpayer, it's not your case, or see if you get more flexibility, as you said, taxpayer uses a 15 trades. The website, here's Shizman, 27.8, 28, you just call it almost double the size of the team. So that's better to have a trade. So you have to get the game and these are the conversations of, to be honest, road pros here. Gambling is a stupid thing that pros stupidly selected anyway. These are the conversations you already have with guys in their defense anyway. Something like the every side, it's a conversation already been had. You're going to come back because the number needed to. Does it need to be 15? Good. Great. And it gives us all kinds of flexibility. If it needs to be 17, if we still think they're going to work 17, it's a little less flexibility. That means we have to do it wait instead. And those are the things you have to kind of stuff about. For the Celtics going in, instead of beginning, even if they, you're saying, take during in our way of which I didn't have no talking, that would change your first to 28 million. My top looks, and you're about 36 million the first team. So, sure, if you wanted to do something like that, and you can use with full TV. So, here's the thing with Brandon here. Even if you're like those guys on the books, it's still not, you're still on top of like rosters. You have so many guys under contract. And when you're in a situation like that, and you've got a game plan out, you're like, oh, we just look level man. I'm sure they needed to just that little spot and you're very well done. And we can do that. Or, you know, very good. They should go with something different to do side for side. But like man, for a million teams put aside. Or they're already it's like that, which is a big part of being that big. So he's definitely in a position where I think what is my long way of thinking is Celtics needing to target the acquisition date. Show patience or push in the chips, plus into that one specific name that Keith Smith wants to chase. The show is brought to you by GM. Playoffs are here for the NBA and the NHL. Every moment matters, every shift on the ice, every moment is intense. The pressure is at its highest. So just like performance matters in a playoff game, inside the arena as well, that's where GM comes in. GM offers you treatments designed to help you stay ready. Their top-notch GM Ready combines clinically proven ingredients in simple mint that dissolves under your tongue, works fast, often in about 15 minutes, and can last up to 36 hours. We also offer Look, designed to help performance and control. It's all about confidence and feeling like yourself again. To Bushihead.com/NHL to get 15% off our ED treatment. That's RET.com/LockedOnNHL for 15% off. Bushihead. That's it for me. Thanks for making Locked On Celtics your first listen every day. This episode, let's make it official. Join the Locked On Everyday Club. Get free audio access to the just for and more. For you, our most fan. Go to LockedOnCeltics.supercast.com. LockedOnCeltics.supercast.com to join. It's $5 a month, $50 for the year if you want to be upfront. It's not a conversation with Keith. The Celtics need to market the acquisition. I think you can see them for another guard, another shooter, another scorer type, like assignments type guy, or like somebody like the super heavyweight athlete does, I think for them it was we were targeted. That's the biggest move the team gets. Even if they'll right where else comes up, we'll fill. And one of the is team believe it, and you always get a setup. And last year it worked. It worked out the way they wanted. You know, when somebody like win,
But you make a week time in, bro.
you can get it. Still sitting on that. It's a lot easier.
The nigga thought we was playing names. Play a fucking
But it sounds weird to win it this way for a team that doesn't have cap space, even a odd amount of flexibility, because it can be so targeted to the top. Yeah, every day targeting database. Yeah, that's going to be big. It's why I think we carrying some of these tools into the season is probably better. Because, again, the options are limited. The options for them, like, all the things are out there. Somebody it's more like, there's like, yeah, I don't know that. About this. It was like, it's a cow. What's up, chicks? It's a fool. I've been out of 6, 9, 16 to the man. There's no big second one out there that I really like. And this response that getting exposed. The response was really, really, really bad and backfired against them. It cost them all the credibility he has built up in the last couple of years. His fans is turning on him. Now, it's all started with Paul Priscilla dropped a video a couple of days ago where he exposed that Pennsylvania David got it bad with this scammer, and that is all used to this scammer. Now, this scammer is not just a convicted scammer, but he is a self-admitted scammer. He has confessed and admitted to everything he has done. This dude was already scamming at a really large scale, doing millions of dollars in scams, tens and hundreds of dollars. So nobody is accusing PBD of making this dude rich. He was already rich, which is how he was able to get into the good graces of PBD. However, people is accusing PBD of giving this dude credibility with the audience and essentially feeding his audience to a shark.
I've been waiting for Patrick Bet-David to reply to this Goliath story where he reportedly got a huge payment from a Ponzi schemer. I hope they're going to pay back. It's just as simple as that. I want to know if they're going to apologize for their role in legitimizing a total scammer, which hasn't been done yet as far as I'm aware. I reached out to the PBD organization, Patrick Bet-David personally. It's been about
It's sleeping that I'm thinking of. YouTube. It's this dead stuff. Yes. And have success. Yes. Yes. You got it. It's different word for yes. And so we're getting and this is what I've heard this before. Both of you are dads. Playing these iconic albums will just have this astral rewind. Next, I haven't heard back, so I have to talk about it. Now, you're trying to buy this to here, let's check it out. The full lore, let me bring you up to speed really quick. Alliance Ventures was a Ponzi scheme that took in over $320 million of regular people, retirees, business owners' money under the promise of making them multiple percents per month. He made a CoffeeZilla video about it recently. Christopher Delgado recently talked to the press here without his lawyer present, and we reported this back in October to federal authorities. And about 6 months later, Christopher Delgado was officially arrested.
The Justice Department says the 34-year-old scammed investors out of $328 million through his company, Goliath Ventures.
Meaning we're no longer speculating here. He has been formally charged. He's even admitted a lot of this in interviews.
What happened to their money that should have been sitting in an account?
Their money was being used to make distributions to either them or other investors.
And what else did you use the money for?
I mean, we used it for corporate events. We used it for personal spend. So this goes way beyond the it's just allegation, bro. Like Christopher Delgado has confessed to a lot of misbehavior. And where Patrick Bet-David comes into all of this is because he was a huge form of social proof for Christopher Delgado to see legit. First off, I'm in the wrong business. I'm in the wrong business. They gave $300 million to a 34-year-old, bro. I'm 28. And I can't think of anybody trusting me with $300 million. I'm in the wrong business, bro. My problem isn't even taking the money from this dude. And we'll get to exactly how much he took in the shot. Right? I'm not going to sit on my island and criticize somebody for taking a sponsorship from somebody they thought was legit and then found out it was not legit. My problem is there was a very clear and obvious solution on the table. Very clear. There was a very clear pathway to a very obvious ramification of everything. And even these snubs know that. That was the problem. Because if PBD says, like, we taught around and what get there. We did research. Nobody came back with anything negative to say about this guy because at the time, the scam had not been revealed yet. He was still fooling everybody. So if you get the hope and if you love people, they'll say, well, I got my money, I got paid, he's legit. So there's very few things he probably could have done outside of looking at the business model and saying, this don't sound right, bro. Like, I'm in finance. People are offering unrealistic returns on people's money. It seems scary. I'm not going to get involved. What I'm fully doing is full due diligence. PBD began to monitor this dude all across the social media and let this dude, to bring credibility that he has been for himself for the last decade. He came into this, and what PBD, you all consider a very serious dude about his business. So if PBD stands next to you and you are already on the edge, well, that right there will put you on, like, that right there will convince you. If you're already considering this, that will convince you, okay, this legit PBD ain't no scammer. Let's go. And PBD offered this dude for a promotion. Now, do I feel like the money that's been paid is worth the promotion? Absolutely not. But PBD offered this dude all across podcast episodes, all across the events, right? Took this dude to baseball games, took my business meetings, the parties. He sold a friendship and a sponsorship to this guy. My organization, I made this guy mainstream, right? Ventures founded in 2019, Black Ventures in Brooklyn. We were focused on blockchain, founded by Chris Delgado, on three business technology opportunity. And this is why I reached out to Patrick Bet-David, taking all to get no response.
expecting some accountability here. Our story starts in 2025, and this guy, Christopher Delgado, is on stage at the Patrick Bet-David Vault Conference with the title sponsor for them. And he used it as an opportunity to kind of pitch himself. That's myself and my family. If you go to Patrick Bet-David's own summary, you can see live in this video, in their own highlight reel. They're the title sponsor, Goliath Venture. They're apparently on the lanyard right here. You see Goliath Venture being signed on as the title sponsor to the Vault 2025 conference. And they even made like a pitch video of why to be a brand sponsor of the Vault conference. But true to his word, he puts Goliath like boss. Vault conference this year is brought to you by Goliath Ventures, the title sponsor of this entire event is Goliath Ventures. Founding personnel got him from a lot of companies, got the company Yankees games with us. Vault conferences for the last 7 years. Goliath Ventures founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures is a global private equity firm focused on blockchain. Founded by Chris. You can go search and Google Goliath Ventures. Yeah, he said those guys would be all over the place, and he was right now before. He didn't really know exactly how much this cost. He knew it must be significant, but this was used as a huge like social proof that Christopher Delgado was someone to be trusted. After all, presumably not anyone to be a title sponsor of this prestigious entrepreneurship event, right? It's what's brought up by this guy. Christopher Delgado, like this indeed.
Hey, mama. 30 for the morning. Not letting this. Oh, she better work. This one, top. Get rid of the other one. Let's get rid of the top. Get rid of the top too. If you top though, no, it's not choose the top. Yeah, from the yeah, go back. Keep shaking it. Man, he probably did. He was like looking like tame. Right, that's probably. That's what she be saying all the time. What you got? Oh. Oh. Wait, Doctor? You got with us? And I said, no. I'm going crazy. Awesome. Oh. Say it every day. I like the trade real cool. And after sale, I always said if I get that built, scary cabinet. Not dope. It's not dope. You stupid. Left, yeah, you just dumb. Yeah. You know what I mean? No, look at it. Look at him. It's, he cuts it all the time. Stop. Stop. It's shit, yeah? No, go. No, go. Yeah, he just climbed up. No, just sits there. I'm gonna try to get
That's also not get rid of her. She's still on maintenance. That's also surprised y'all showed that. She was still on maintenance. He already got one. I'm saying you already, for the most part, got one, dog. I don't think because that big spot was the barking. You know, dogs over getting that.